building these. Like this is, I think, as it stands right now, unless something crazy happens, at minimum so far, it is the biggest tournament of the year. Very surprised that, even though it's like kind of the preliminary stages, we don't see Wardy here. First map is going to be one of the new maps, Missing You Today, which is just, that just makes me chuckle. I can't help but chuckle a little bit at that one. Yeah, the Maru nuke where he just snuck through the army. Oh. Mwah. Chef's kiss. SC2. ByuN. All right, here we go. Game 1 of this best of 5. Let's get into it. Spawning up in the top left, it is SHIN, wearing his old tag Ragnarok. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for the Stalny balls, it is Nicoract. In the blue, coming in with a bit of a spicy opener already. Already a gas first. Pretty nifty. Pretty nifty, if I do say so myself. Now, looking at the, you know, previous results, definitely a heavy favorite for SHIN. But that's how it be. That is how it be, you know? When you are a rising star, it takes a long time to establish yourself. This is pretty neat. I like this a lot. He's cutting off where the Reaper can jump in, and he's also creating a potential block. Maybe? I'm sure you can still jump out here. I was going to say, if you build an Evo chamber here, in that case, you would just as well build it, like, here. I'm assuming the Reaper jumps very deep into the base, and there's no reason really to assume that. Not really. Now, the cool thing about the gas first, you can skip Marine, go straight into Reactor, and that allows you to get very quick Reactor Hellions. And it's highly likely that that's what we'll see. Now, SHIN is a player that will sometimes delay his ling speed a little bit. Does throw down the hatch. Not going to be the craziest delay on ling speed, but it still will finish, well, not in time for the first 2 Hellions, that is for sure. Oh, look at the kind of dancing SHIN is doing with his lings. Unfortunately, he's not able to keep them all alive. First map is on Central, which is slight ping advantage to Nicoract. But I believe he has higher ping in general. And it's going to be a little bit tough. Oh. Not a whole lot of room in the main base, but Nicoract now picks off a second Ling. However, he is completely trapped. There should be no way out here. Oh, grenade. I don't even think it would have mattered, but it was a little bit mistimed. At first, I was like, that's really nice. He gets himself an extra kill. But there's such a small amount of area that's not covered by creep in this main base. And that is a big problem. Now, Nicoract is, if anything, a little bit predictable. He does go for this quick 4 Hellion play. Ling speed will be done in time for this. How many Lings are there? Not many. This is actually really, really scary. Nicoract is going to go for the drive-by immediately. 1 Hellion does get taken out very quickly. Oh, that's a big lineup shot on the Lings, and that's going to enable enough Hellions to get into one-shot drones. 4 of them already going down. Evo Chamber will try and come through, but Nicoract was already juking to the side. He's getting so much done with this. 10 drones. SHIN, I don't think he recognized the potential of this. Certainly didn't prepare for it enough. And 10 drones and 4 Lings early is a lot of damage. SHIN, though, he's going to be able to get in here because there's no anti-air initially. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, there's actually nothing to stop these Lings. This is really bad for Nicoract. Good Marine Micro. But this is a full scout. And Nicoract, he is a 2-base enjoyer. With these kind of things. Oh, he's going to drop the 3rd CC in vision of the Overlord. The only way I like this is if he actually cancels that after killing the Ovi. But he can't, I don't think. I don't think he can kill the Ovi. Now, in the main base, Banshee's getting a lot of damage done. A lot of damage done. That is actually huge. The 10 drones is big. The 5 drones, as SHIN is trying to recover, is almost as big. I know that's crazy to say because the early damage and more damage is always worth more. Oh, okay. Oof. That was a very late cloak. A little awkward. I think this is a very good situation right now for Nicoract. Now, the fact that the 3 racks follow-up was scouted, and it wasn't just a straight 1-1-1 into 3rd CC, really, really hurts, because SHIN kind of knows what exactly is going on, and Nicoract won't have the benefit of that 3rd CC for, well, at least a little bit. So it cushions the blow of all the damage he's taken. But he still has taken a lot of damage. Oh, Nicoract is going to land this without morphing it into an orbital. I mean, I suppose he can. He's got a lot of Marines. First 2 medevacs will be out in a moment. Stim is done. Oh, that tank is caught. This, oh my God, this is a really bad position. He has to kill an add-on or move something. After combat shields is done, I think you move this. You never want to have to be readjusting the rally of something that often. Now, tank does get picked up. Active tumors get taken out. 4th base is in incredible threat, and it's just going to get denied. And that's going to make it 3 base to 3. Nicoract, a little bit supply blocked here. He's got to be careful. Queen does go down as it wanders too far forward. I actually really like this position for Nicoract a lot, except for the fact that he is misreading the game hardcore. He thinks it's Muta. Definitely overestimating what Zerg can do. Building 3 completely unnecessary turrets. SHIN is a Muta player for sure, and Nicoract hasn't seen a lot. Now he's seen that there's a lot of Banes. Oh, wow. This looks like a... really interesting position. Nice Ling counterattack from SHIN. And targeting the turret is cute. Kind of sells additionally that it is actually Mutas. Now, we've had 2 depot top hats have to be... Sorry, 3 having to be dropped already. Call down supply. 3 equivalent mules that otherwise could have been. SHIN needs to get into his +2 armor as soon as possible. His 4th base, if it gets denied again, is a big problem. SHIN is going to try and prevent that. Nicoract does have the upgrade advantage. Lings and Banes are getting decent connections, but they ignored this cluster of Marines on the left side. There's like 6 clumped up Marines that the Banes could have killed, and it kind of just stayed alive for a while. Still, that actually went very well for SHIN. He kills both tanks, holds the base, and kind of gets himself right back in the game. Nicoract is still driving hard with what he's got. He's pushing aggressively. Oh, man. Nicoract is struggling. The splits have not been there. He is most definitely struggling with the... Yeah, with the execution. There's no other way to say it. Oh, there we go. A little bit better this time. Finds the Lingbane run by. I was looking for an opening on the right side. Gets a good couple of pickoffs, but SHIN is right back in this game after a pretty rough situation he found himself in. And I'm not going to pretend like it's easy to control this Terran army. It's not. But the potential was there to find a lot more than he has. And you got to hand it to SHIN. He found the engagement he needed. Put the pressure on his opponent to execute, well enough. There we go. Now a couple of Bane snipes coming in for Nicoract. That's very nice. And 2-2 is going to complete. Nicoract wanted to move out once again with this. He's got a 4th CC done. He does have his tank rally set up correctly on the factory. So he hasn't, subbed out any add-ons. Oh, SHIN targeting down a medevac. Fortunately for Nicoract, he's on the ball, and he lifts up with the other one. SHIN doing some nice creep spread on the bottom side. But it will get pushed back heavily. There are some pretty sick, good tank spots if you put the tanks in corners. Like here. Tanks here seems insane. Putting them out in the middle of nowhere seems weird, honestly. Like tank here, and then poke in at the hatchery. Or not even necessarily tank here, just tank here, maybe even tank here. And then poking at the hatchery. We are going to see this hatchery getting very low. No transfuse. It does go down. Oh, SHIN caught snoozing, but not really. It's more like he was focusing on the other side of the map, where he gets in with a nice little run by. 4 SCVs, though. Not enough to make up for the loss of your 4th base. Now, SHIN's got this other base that he can swap to immediately, and he does exactly that. 2 more bases coming in, including one of the rebuilds. Nicoract only on 66 drones right now. Or sorry, 66 SCVs. He doesn't have drones. Lings will trade. Not actually that great, honestly. Creep is starting to get pinned back on the left side a little bit. Hemmed in. Hemmed back. Nicoract going heavy Terran mid-game. Oh, nice jump on one of these tanks. Nicoract has been caught on siege once or twice, but you can't really fight off creep. As SHIN, not when you're behind, and definitely not when you're behind in upgrades. Wow, that's not true. Sometimes you can when you're behind in upgrades if you're far enough ahead in supply. Oh, this fight is mostly off creep, but here come the Vipers. They will blind and cloud one of the tanks. Second one a little bit too far forward. Third one getting blind and clouded as well. Very good jump for SHIN, but I don't think he's got the numbers just yet. Banelings, a couple of them connect. There's still some Lingbane on the top side. Nicoract just about to complete his 3-3, and he will get it done. And with that, I think he's going to get it done. This is a big map. But Nicoract has been trading quite well. SHIN now so far behind in upgrades. His army is just going to struggle to trade even remotely close to even. Oh, man, the tanks don't even go down. They're at almost 50 kills combined now. 32 kills, 17 kills. It hit 50 just before that one tank went down. Second one will go down as well, but it's not going to matter, I don't think. Nicoract breaks the base and breaks the back of SHIN. A 4-base setup with strong rally, strong upgrades, strong units. Man mode Terran. Getting it done here. Nicoract. Ooh. That's got to feel very good. Starting off the series. I mean, killing 10 drones early and then another 5 as your opponent's trying to recover. Yeah, that's pretty tough. When are PTR changes going live? Please call me when it happens. I literally don't care about this game until Warp Gate buff. Wait, you think Warp Gate is getting buffed? As far as I'm concerned, it's well, yeah, it's a pretty heavy nerf. In current form. Now, there is a chance, and a pretty decent one at that, that it ends up turning into a net buff. Or I would say there's a very good chance that, yeah, it's changing significantly. Do you play a lot, Siddhi? Do you play a lot currently? Tourmaline is going to be map number 2. This will be played on West server. So Nicoract is probably going to have even more difficult of a time trying to execute those splits. But it is a pretty short rush distance map. You play Zerg, but you want Warp Gate buffs? Oh, you play 0, but I want Warp Gate buffs. Well, I think currently, like, on the PTR, you know, I think Protoss is... it's way too weak on the PTR. Just based on what I've seen. And to be frank, what I've heard. Spawning down in the bottom left, it is SHIN. Down 1-0. Can't be feeling great about that. And his opponent spawning up the top right for the Stalny balls. It is Nicoract in the blue. Now, the right way to approach it as SHIN is just to write the game off, you know? I lost 10 drones early. I lost 5 more a little later. It happens. I won't get fooled again. And, yeah, that's it. I let him bamboozle me with the gas first. Check the build order, make sure it is, in fact, gas first. And, yeah. Just put it out of your head. But of course, that is much easier said than done. Now, yeah, the best way to look at that game is to say, wow, I kind of made that actually feel a little bit close. And at times, I might have even been ahead. With some nice counterattacks, got a couple of nice engagements. But the game was kind of lost at the beginning. Now, oh, no, 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 Nicoract, no. Oh, God, that feels bad. Oh, that feels so bad. Ay, ay, ay. That's not going to lose him the game, but once again, a couple of those engagements already looked shaky in game number 1, despite some big advantages for Nicoract early. Obviously, SHIN doesn't know that Nicoract just lifted his command center. He can't. But, yeah, that's a feels bad, man. Nicoract did bring an SCV here to block the third. And SHIN, he just kind of lets that happen and says, okay, well, I'm going to open up 4 queens, then I'll take my third a little later. And SHIN is a player that's not afraid to 2-base open. It still could be that, as far as Nicoract's concerned. And even as far as we're concerned, I don't think so. He's only got 2 on gas. I think it'd be very unlikely that this is a 2-base play, but it's totally possible. Nicoract building a 3rd CC on location. Okay. Well, at the very least, he is not going to lose this game on, or this series on nerve. Going for something crazy. Now, if SHIN were doing like a Ling Bane all-in, or some kind of Roach play, which he's done many a time, I think Nicoract is just kind of screwed. But this is where you do this kind of thing. This is where you farm the reputation of being a very safe player and you do something crazy. Play to your reputation. Now, this is really interesting. Ling speed completes, and it is a hidden Roach Warren. Going up to 4 gases as well. We do have 4 Hellions out. A little bit later than before. I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. Exactly, Night Garden TV. That's, yeah, perfect. Gotta have the memory of a goldfish sometime. Oh, 1 queen does go down. That's actually a really nice find. But if SHIN can get these Hellions, that would be amazing. Really great Ling micro. Avoiding letting those Hellions escape for free. Already getting 2 of them. 3rd one gonna fall. He's gonna get the Reaper too. But Nicoract will be able to keep these alive. Look at that. SHIN actually maneuvered the Lings to the right so that the splash damage wouldn't kill one of the last 2. That was actually kind of slick. SHIN, though, supply blocked at 60. I wonder if that's why he forced the engagement with the Lings. Trying to actually free some supply.
Queen. Show me those skills.
That is a really painful supply block, actually, that he got hit with. He built so many Overlords. Overcompensating, am I right, fellas? But actually, that really does suck. Like, that hurts. Now, SHIN will get a full scout with the Overseer.
Our forces are under attack.
Sees the timing on the Genji base. Specifically seeing that they're just about to complete. This is actually kind of nice that his Overseer died right at this moment. Because if he's not looking right there, he can be like, oh, your engineering base literally finished as my Overseer died. Yes. Yeah, it was a throwback. A throwback. Very neat. Now, SHIN's got to be mindful of the trap of, okay, I'm way ahead in supply. Which is to say, not I'm way ahead in supply on my opponent, but I'm way ahead in supply on what I need in terms of free supply. And he needs to be careful not to forget to build Overlords now. And he does get this one well-timed. The other 2 might be a little bit late if he starts building Roaches. He's got a lot of gas in the bank. He can pop out a lot of Infestors. There we go, 3 Infestors, and he's still got 400 gas. Still can easily afford the Hive. And a Hive and 2 more Infestors, honestly. It's minerals that are bottlenecking him right this moment. A little bit of creep getting cleared up in the middle of the map. Nicoract. Okay, 5 racks at once. He sees... I think he saw Roaches. I'm pretty sure he saw Roaches and is electing to go for an 8 racks. Sorry, I'm incorrect. 6 barracks at once. We're in the production tab. Yeah, because he was on 2 racks. Oh, that's a nice fungal. There's the chain. Nicoract, though, he does manage to get the pickups. That is really unfortunate for SHIN. Really, really unfortunate. First 2 fungals kind of, I would say, wasted. 3 Marines is not worth it for 2 Fungals, especially since he did lose a Roach, lost a few Lings, and an Overlord. Oh, now if you get these Marines later, that's a different story. Hive can, this fast, can and should be very good against an 8 Rax. Oh, it's going to be 3 Tech Labs. Okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense against Roaches. We don't have a Baneling Nest yet. Fungal Growth, that's the last of the 3, but Corrosive Biles will try and be paired. Unfortunately, not going to be able to land. However, the damage this does to the Marines is going to let SHIN get on top of the tanks. Corrosive Biles going to clear up that last tank, even hitting one of the medevacs pretty damn hard. Second one getting clipped as well. Excellent cleanup for SHIN. I mean, I know you baited out 2 Fungals, but you can't assume those are the only 2 Infestors. It's one thing if you bait out like 4 or 5 Fungals. But 2 feels like not enough to feel confident to push out. Now, this could be a very nice little sneaky move here from Nicoract. If he can stim in. Oh, no, he's going for a drop. Changeling looking for information on the other side. Getting the Ultralisk Cavern would be amazing, but SHIN reacted almost immediately. He's got a Spore that just finishes up in the main base, going to provide security. Very nice. Oh, Parasitic Bomb. That's going to be... Yeah, that's going to be 1 dead medevac. Now, unfortunately, it was the empty one. This does buy space for the push through the middle to gain position on this 5th base of SHIN. But killing a 5th base is not enough. This is a... Well, I mean, no, he does have a 4th command center. What am I saying? I shouldn't say it's not enough. Now, if he loses a ton of SCVs on the other side of the map, then it's definitely not enough. SCVs are going to have to pull away from this base, but he's going to lose a lot of them. Tank going to go down as well. Oh my god. The depot. Ultralisk Cavern is done. Chitinous Plating not yet done. We're going to see an attempt to take the fight. Good Fungals to start things off. There's no Banes. Corrosive Biles take down 1 tank. This is a really good setup from Nicoract. He will kill the base, but losing 27 SCVs on the other side. Very heavy economic losses. And even though SHIN loses a base, he saves his drones. It's a weird situation, though, where it's now 4 base Terran versus 3 base Zerg, but the Zerg is 30 workers up. And is definitely outmining his opponent for the moment. 2 of the command centers as well for SHIN, or for Nicoract, are lifted. Oh, Nicoract got baited into a huge stim right there. Very nice little move from SHIN. You could see he was dancing with the Lings, and I was kind of like, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to trigger a response in terms of looking at his opponent looking at his army? Yes, but more so trying to bait a stim. And he did. It was a big stim. Not often that you see medevac energy being an issue in ZVT, but it is in this game. No stim necessary on this right side. I like that Nicoract did not go for it there. Oh, that's a really nice find. Getting a kill. No cancel on this base. On the left side, that's fantastic for Nicoract. And even though he lost a lot of SCVs, he's rebuilding them 4 at a time. He has the planetary done at this 4th base. Needs a bunker, needs something defensively on the right side. Could keep the units here, but that's obviously a big commitment in supply. SHIN is now back up to a 4th base and is starting to mine from it once again, but that's still good in the net for Nicoract. And SHIN's creep spread is almost non-existent. He's got 17 tumors on the map, which sounds like a lot, but it's only 1 path of active tumors. And we're going to see the scan coming in. There's the 2nd scan. That's all the active tumors dead, I believe. Unless there's one hiding somewhere. Nope, that's it. A couple of units do get picked off as they're trying to lift up. Liberators, I love that choice. You don't need to go ghosts necessarily when your opponent is as poor as SHIN is. Liberators are going to do the job against the Ultras. Now, he could go ghosts, and I wouldn't hate it, but Liberators allow him to continue to be aggressive. Bane speed, not yet done. Burrow. That is very cute. I wonder if Nicoract noticed. He does have a skin just now. Oh, a lot of army being distracted on the right side. An unburrow on the Banes while this is happening would be amazing. Blinding Cloud hitting tuna tanks. Doesn't hit the planetary just yet. There's so many Banelings here for SHIN. And he is going to crack this planetary. A big, beefy Zerg army. Ling Bane Ultra Ravager Viper. Grossmile's going to take down the Liberator here. Marauder's trying to kite back. It looks like this is hit just at the perfect timing. Just before Nicoract's 3-3 kicked in. Drawing the army out of position partially and hitting a huge blinding cloud. The two tanks were just overlapping enough. I honestly didn't really think that that push was going to be as devastating as it was, but straight up won the game. Straight up. And it all started with the CC lift. Funnily enough, I feel like Nicoract kind of locked in a little bit after that. Locked in. Now, Nicoract still has the advantage in this series, in my opinion, from a technical standpoint, because he's got ping advantage. But SHIN obviously has a... has a nice, I would say a nice momentum edge. They don't share player cams? I think they do, but it's not necessarily an option. So at Eternity's Edge is going to be the next map. This is server advantage for SHIN, but it is map pick, or sorry, server advantage for Nicoract, but map pick for SHIN. And then it's going to swap the other way around. Nicoract's just a young pup. That could be also a little bit why the nerves are kind of starting to hit a little bit. Oh. Maybe we can okay. Maybe we can figure this out. I might be able to crop the cameras in. I might be able to do it. Okay. Nico could use the re. I think SHIN is too nice. He would have allowed Nico to re. I'll be honest. If I'm the tournament organizer... Oh. If it's in the first 5 to 10 seconds of the game, I'm totally allowing it. If it's that far in... Maybe... Hey, maybe I'm a tyrant. Maybe I am a tyrant and a bastard for this. But I don't think I'm letting the players do that. I don't think I'm giving them the option. I think I'm like, well, that's the thing. Like, the game, nerves are a part of the game, you know? And learning to overcome those, it is a skill, and it is something for that. No, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to do that necessarily. I mean, I would, but I would be more concerned about the players' mental and relationships with the players. I think there's arguments to be made either side. Spawning down on the bottom right for Stalny Balls, it is Nicoract. Haven't talked about the early game, but nothing really has happened too much. Spawning up the top left, it is SHIN. In the red. I don't know. I think it opens up an interesting discussion, though. Because, like, even if a even if the other player is like, oh yeah, you can re after that, there's kind of a pressure on them to be polite. Because, like, if they don't, then they kind of look like maybe a bit of a dick. But also there's, yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Because it's a competitive game. And, like, this isn't just a weekly. This is a very important tournament. This is, as it stands right now, the most important tournament of the year for these players. And it's nice to be nice, but you got to play to win. Ooh, 3CC 2-on-1 once again. Not on position, on location. Now, I don't... Did he get the quick 2 medevacs in the previous game? Honestly, can't remember. This is a very good opener against a 2-base setup. What happened is a quick rundown, InfoFox. But it's better to be cold as ice. If it was someone like Rogue, he would not give a shit. Oh, 100%. 100%. And I think either side is valid. So Nicoract accidentally lifted his command center when he tried to build an orbital in game number 2. Oh, we got a little bit of choppiness. Hopefully that's not affecting the players. And just discussing the, like, whether, like, if he had asked for a regame, you know, what would the case be there? Oh, it is going to be 2-base Spire here. 2-base Lair, 2-base Spire. Lings wanted to protect the creep tumors here. Not able to get the surface area. Good clustering of the Hellions, preventing the wraparound. Nicoract really wants to find an opening, but, I mean, I feel like SHIN has demonstrated that there really isn't one. Now, 3CC 2-on-1 feels very good against mutas, I feel like. In theory, you could do a resume from replay right before he lifts. Yeah, 100%. 100%. That actually, that's another thing to consider. Yeah. The build orders have already been declared, and you see that someone hasn't done something. But resume from replay makes it a lot better. Very nice scout from SHIN. Oh, he sees the starport. Okay. Medevacs, I think, popped out just after these units went down. 7 mutas in production. Oh, this could be the deciding moment of the game. If the drop gets dealt with, SHIN could win this game. But if the mutas can't pop out and crush this position, and the 3rd base dies, SHIN is all but done and dusted. Hellion's going to help out a lot here. Marines versus the mutas. Oh, he actually cleans up every Marine. The Lings cooked. How many mutas went down there? 2. Man, we are having some stuttering, some intense stuttering. What is happening? Easy defense. Yeah, he crushed it. Missile turret at the 3rd is going to get taken down. This goes from SHIN almost losing his 3rd, but kind of almost baiting Nicoract in a little bit there. Into, yeah, a crushing victory and great counterattack from SHIN. Oh, man, we are stuttering so much. Now the mutas have an insane amount of control. Oh, they're going to pick the fight against this small number of Marines. He will lose 1, but I think that was like 5 Marines. I say that's worth it every day of the week. Combat Shields has now completed. Nicoract is about to have 1-1. SHIN just now starting his 1-1. So that's the age-old muta problem. which is your opponent gets very far ahead in upgrades if you open up fast mutas like this. SHIN going to be looking to cut off reinforcements as Nicoract moves out. There was an opportunity to get in on top of this missile turret before it completed at the third. That would have been a pretty big problem. Oh, but he is still going to force the army back home. I don't think SHIN lost a muta there. No, he didn't. Great little trade. SHIN now completes Bane speed, which is a necessity to fight against what Nicoract has. Like, upgrades are one thing. Bane speed, without that, you just can't be competitive. Down in upgrades, you can get enough Ling Bane muta to flood a Terran. Without Bane speed, the numbers... I wouldn't say the numbers don't matter, but they almost don't. Especially if you're behind on upgrades. +1 Flyer Carapace on the way as well. SHIN's going for battle mutas. He's already got the +1 attack. In a situation like this, I think I would prefer the +2 attack, since you're still, generally speaking, not going to want to fight with the mutas straight up. Obviously, keeping them survivable is really good. And +2 Marines versus +0 armor mutas it's a scary proposition. But you're generally wanting to counterattack as much as anything. 4th CC is on the way. SHIN is still very much keeping the mental pressure up. Oh, and now he will find an opening. Going to be able to find one tank. Sets the sensor tower ablaze. If Nicoract doesn't get the repair, which he does, would have burned down. I like that SHIN didn't stick around for that. I don't think he lost a muta there. Oh. No, he did. Or he lost it right now. But no, a muta for a tank is still good. Because the tank could be, you know, 10, 15 dead banelings in a fight. Ling Bane threatening the counterattack. +2 Carapace started up for SHIN. No +2 melee. He is keeping his money spent, but he's not hitting all of his injects. And his creep spread, well, it's clear there's a big focus on the muta control. And it's hard to spread creep and, you know, control the mutas as well. And inject and. Missile turret not being repaired up in the natural. It's a focus on the main push from Nico. Oh. No, he still doesn't repair it up. He's got other missile turrets there, so it's not the biggest of deals. Mutaling on the 4th base, though. Ling's going to draw attention away. Said the mutas can just kill the 4th CC. That's huge. Now Nicoract almost kind of has to win with this push, or at the very least find incredible value. Ling's Bane's coming in. Oh, they're just threatening. SHIN, though, is going to give up the base. I think that's the right call. I think with how well Nicoract is set up and the fact that so much value is on the other side of the map in the form of the mutas, you do this. He did transform the Thor into his high-impact payload mode there. That's not what you want against the mutas. And it means one muta, first of all, he doesn't even die. But second of all, only one muta takes damage. That's the biggest thing. Nicoract, oh, he's just going for it. He is just going for it, and he's going to have to push through an insane amount of creep. Now, if Nicoract could somehow deny the +2 Carapace, hold that thought. We are going to see the attack. Both tanks on siege. So many units on creep. One tank falls, the second one falls, and there is no way that this is going to be... Well, hang on. If he could have gotten those last 2 Banes, maybe. Just maybe. But he doesn't. And the mutas will come back home. They will destroy a ton of these medevacs. He could have cleared up, like, maybe all of them. But he goes to make sure he clears up the actual army. And as a result, 6 fresh medevacs do get away. Nicoract is going to complete 3-3. And this game... it's still a little dangerous for SHIN. He is only mining all 3 bases at the moment. And Nicoract is doing the same. This base is just recompleted. We've got another... Oh, gold base! Oh, the gold base. Oh, these are just Marauders over top of the medevac, so he's going to be able to pick off 2 of them anyways. Kills a couple Marauders as well. The Mutas do have 1-1. 3-3 has completed, but now 2-2 is also completed, and Adrenal Glands is done. Important as well, Chitinous Plating is moments away from completing. There's only 1 Ultra on the field, though. But Mutaling counterattack at the third is going to be a... Well, it's going to be a pain to deal with. 19 SCVs go down. It's a lot of Lings for that. But that is worth because he drags the army back home. Drilling Claws has completed. And Widow Mines... They can be big game changers in a situation like this. Is Burrow done? That would be so good right here with Nicoract so low on economy and so desperate for orbital command energy to either go into mules or just a limited number of scans in general. Oh, that Thor. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Ah, he doesn't get the pickup. And there's Lingbane. Ultra, relatively small numbers, but I think enough Marines have gone down that the Mutas can actually just fight this. They're going to abandon this to the Lings and Banes. He wants to chase a medevac down. Honestly, I think it would have been far better to just leave the Mutas here and let them clean up everything because the ground was kind of losing out there. But SHIN, it still works out regardless. Now, it does mean that his ground army is not actually now able to fight Nicoract's next wave. And I think it would have been otherwise. Counterattack with the Mutas, though, is brutal. +3 Carapace has completed. It's now only a 1 upgrade disadvantage. Marauder's going to get hit by the Banelings. They will do some decent tanking. And most of the Banes have gone down. Ultralisk falls as well. Oh, but once these Banes complete, SHIN is going to have enough to get on top of this. That last Marauder did some excellent tanking, though. But during this whole thing, Command Center at the 4th falls. And Nicoract remains way down in economy. This time, SHIN is going to be able to clean up everything on the ground with the Mutas. He'll also get most of the medevacs, only one of them getting away with minimal energy. Another scary little wave of bio, and that's actually... Oh, that's a little bit dicey for the Mutas. Widow Mines do get taken out before they can burrow. So many Mutas actually falling, but it's not going to be enough. SHIN cleans up the army. Not enough arc slop. SHIN cleans up the army and takes the game. And now moves to White Rabbit with ping advantage. Well done. Well done. All right, 1.5 minutes of ads real quick. I do love me some Mutiling Bane. Great counterattacks there out of... SHIN. Wow. All right, West server it is. Games have not been easy, but SHIN has looked better with the experience. Spawning up at the top right. Can he turn it around and force the decisive game 5? It is the Stalny Balls, Nicoract. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left, sending out an early drone. It is SHIN. In the red. Ragnarok definitely is a reference to, like, yeah, the fall of Asgard. SHIN is just his name. Shin He Bomb. Hope everybody's having a lovely May 31st, wherever you are. Actually, I suppose for some people it's... yeah, it technically could be tomorrow. But unlikely. Nicoract doesn't see it. He does not see it. Is this going to be a spine rush? Oh, no. Just going to be a macro. Macro play. Oh, it feels so bad to pull so many SCVs. So brutal. Harstom has been doing a lot of... well, he did a video where he did this recently. Command Center gets dropped in Vision. It is Marine first. That is the right call. Anything... If it's Reaper first, I think that's actually a very big mistake. Now, SHIN should not be able to get a queen out. Yeah, okay. He look at that. Immediately cancels it. He knows that it's too much. Now, this may seem expensive for SHIN, and it is. But I think it's worth. If he can get a kill with the Broodlings, that would be so nice. Ooh. SCVs were trying to trap the Lings. Very good job checking on the timing of that. How many SCVs can he get? He's going after the Marines. I think that's a mistake. I think he should have tried to kill an SCV. I think that's a massive mistake. There was one that was already low on HP. Very unfortunate for SHIN there. Big missed opportunity. If there were less SCVs pulled, I understand going after the Marines. And he's still going to try and get them. Oh, very good micro from Nicoract. That ends up being an insanely good hold. 7 Lings. A dead hatchery. 10 Lings created in total. Oh, Overlord was even out of position. Command Center's going to lift, so he's going to get the kill on this. He has to lift it. And just even while it's being lifted...
SCV ready.
No! Oh, ho, 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 ho! The depot lift at the last possible instant. Nicoract. What the... wow. Insanely clean defense. Absolutely ludicrous. So well done right there. Now SHIN starts up a very quick layer. Despite everything, this game is not even close to over. Not even close. I actually might even prefer SHIN's position because of how far along his layer is. But obviously we got a fast third CC. We've got a Banshee starting up very quickly. And there is high potential for counterattack damage. Now, if the Hellions are scared and they don't go in... And this is where the fact that it's a 2-1 advantage for SHIN really plays into his favor. Because Nicoract does not want to risk losing the game by doing a Hellion drive-by and throwing away Hellions. That's what he's thinking. Potentially. I mean, I don't want to pretend that I know exactly what he's thinking. But that would make sense. And that's where the experience can really help out a ton. Nicoract does see that it's a late third base. We got Roach Speed starting up. The thing is, even without finding additional damage, this is still economically very good for Nicoract. Hellions looking for a poke on this queen. Transfuse is not available yet. It will be in just a moment. Oh, no, he didn't cast it in time. Oh, my God, that's going to let these units in. Roach is going to get scouted. Roach Warren going to get scouted. Nicoract finding mega gangbusters. Didn't fire that one Hellion shot when the drones were a little bit more lined up. Still gets 6 kills. He's got Banshees. He just needs bunkers and to defend. That's it. This is a hardcore all-in. Now, SHIN can transition out of it in theory, but look at the worker count right now. Nicoract. Oh, I love this. He's building tanks. No bunkers, though. Why are we not building bunkers? He's so far ahead in terms of economy right now. Maybe he just feels that he can hold even without the bunkers. There we go. Fires up 1. Are there only 2 queens on the field? No, there's 3, but one of them is apparently not here. Oh, does lose the Banshee. Oh my God, if Nicoract somehow... Well, okay, SHIN is macroing out of this. Nicoract has Stim. Contaminate being dropped on one of the barracks. Oh, Transfuse trying to keep this alive. It will successfully do so. He takes down the Banshee. We'll be able to hot pick up out of here. SHIN does way better than I expected. Way better than I expected. And now he is actually in a position where he can macro again. Nicoract cannot be feeling good about how that went. Oh, this is cute. That is super cute. Gonna force a scan. Now you've got a queen just that can fly, or a dropper lord that can just fly around, threaten creep tumors. It's keeping a decent amount of bio pinned back at home. SHIN is behind in upgrades. But with how this game started, with how this game was going, and with the potential damage, it doesn't feel like he should even have a chance in this one. But he's carved himself out a chance. Now he's got a hive on the way. I think he needs at least a couple infestors to bridge the gap. I mean, this push actually looks so scary. Even without combat shields, it's going to be scary as hell. SHIN building a significant number of roaches. There we go. Ravagers morphing in, but they're still going to take a minute or two. Well, not a minute or two. A couple moments. Target fire going to take down a few of these units. He gets a Ravager as it pops out. 2, 3. And never mind, Nicoract. I don't know why I panicked. He didn't. 5 drones already going down. SHIN does have a few roaches out. He's trying to target down the tank, but with the loss of those Ravagers from earlier, this is going to potentially be too much. Queens transfusing each other up. Last of the energy is used. They managed to take down one of the tanks. And he pushes this back. But the next wave is going to be so scary. I love the addition of the Viking to clear up the Dropper Lord behind this. Nicoract. He is going to force game number 5. Okay. All right, all right, all right. I think if SHIN wasn't late with the Ravager morph, I think he's actually fine there. And I think the game goes on and he's probably in a good position. But the fact that the Ravagers morphed in just like literally about 5, maybe 10 seconds late made a massive, massive difference. Nico good. That he is. That he is. This is turning into an awesome little match. We're going to try closing Chrome for the moment. Hey, Steadfast, how's it hanging? Very well. Thank you for asking, Kurt. Welcome, Kurt, on YouTube. All right. Game number 5. Spawning up in the top right for the Stalny Balls, it is Nicoract. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left, it is SHIN. In the red. I do think SHIN could have played that proxy hatch, honestly, a lot better. And I don't want to be overly critical, but I think that was not it. I think that was not it. The interesting thing is he did that with ping advantage. Have you seen the new Ghosts? Ghost can 4-shot Stalkers after EMP. It should be 5-shot. Because the Stalker still has armor, no? But regardless, the new Ghost is insanely strong. No doubt about it. And yeah, honestly, I am fine. I'm fine with like a decent amount of the stuff getting reverted after +1 attack. Oh, yeah, yeah. But I'm thinking of like early game rushes potential. I'm fine with a decent bit of stuff getting reverted. I'm even, honestly, like if it turns out that it just doesn't do anything, if it's not interesting, I'm even fine with a worker change getting reverted. But I do want stuff to be tested, you know? It's a public test realm. Test stuff. That's the whole point. Okay, since I closed Chrome, it feels a lot smoother, which, you know, makes sense. SCV trying to make sure that no third base can come down, and SHIN, once again, he says, hey, it's fine. I'll open 2 bases. I'll do it. Don't think I won't. He's been mining 2 gas this whole time. Nicoract is going to open up 2 base himself. 2 base 1-1-1. Double gas. Worth noting as well that an update has been made to this map. A few updates. TLMC voting will be very short. Will be very soon. 15+5 versus light sounds more reasonable. It does feel weird to make Ghosts more of a combat unit when they were already such a good combat unit in general. I do think it's okay to make it so that the snipe is a more selective ability. I actually think that's a really good move. Make it stronger, but make it more dependent on being used correctly. It'll make it a more skill-based interaction. I think that's a good idea. Ooh, Link counterattack is going to get in here. This is a 2cc Terran. This is really, really rough. We're going to see a drive-by on the other side, but good defense positioning from SHIN. Oh, no. Nicoract was in, well, not an amazing position in this game, but in this series. Just had a very nice dub. Now losing 4 SCVs. Oh, he started a Roach one. He cancels it. It is going to be a 2-base Spire. Okay. I wonder if it's because he sees the Cloak Banshee. Banshee Cloak is not yet done. Queen's actually allowing the Hellions to run by, giving the illusion to Nicoract that there was an opening, but there was Lings ready to greet that. Kills a Hellion and a Reaper. And that means no ability to bounce the units out of the way anymore. Meanwhile, Queens in the Natural will intercept. Banshee cloaked up, but there was already an Overseer there. Oh, man, this is starting to feel... It's starting to feel really rough for Nicoract. Very good for SHIN. Nicoract, though. This is kind of his go-to. Double engineering bay, 5 racks on two base. He'll do this, and he'll do it often. Now, SHIN should know that. He's played Nicoract enough times. And Nicoract, there's enough data on him out there. This feels like a comfort play from Nicoract. He tried to do it, in fact, in game number 1, but he got scouted and he ended up going for a 3rd CC. Sorry, game 1? No, game 2. Game 2. Bane speed is prioritized heavily by SHIN. First mutas are out. We do not have missile turrets. There's the 4th and 5th racks.
Add-on complete.
Oh, Hellions do spot this. There's the neat missile turrets coming up, and we've got a nice little rally up of the Marines. That was big because they were spread out heavily. Could have been quite a few pickoffs otherwise. SHIN might be able to find a Hellion or two. Oh. Gets one. And going to be able to find a couple Marines as well. Any pickoff is a good thing. Banshees in the main base. There's a well-placed Spore, but it doesn't protect all the drones. Most of them, though. Only one go down. One goes down. Banshee's going to try and loop back in and just find some value. He knows they're dead. Unfortunately for SHIN, he was anticipating intercepting the mutas. Not going straight for them. Otherwise, he would have gone straight back into the main base. And that actually really works out well for Nicoract. 5 drones when it could have very easily been... well, just the 1, maybe 2. Combat shields in 1-1. +1 flyer attacks is going to complete. A lot of money invested in these mutas. Oh, but they're going to be able to find 4 Marines instantly. Already, that is really, really nice against what is going to be a very dedicated push. And a situation where every unit counts so much. Nice interception on the on the Marines with some Banes. Medevac also going to get taken out. This already looks like it is going to be too much to handle. Targeting down the Super Depot, which is actually arguably a mistake because it has that extra 100 HP, but he still gets to kill before the save can be made. Attack is coming in on the other side of the map, but Nicoract knows there's no way, no how. And SHIN survives a very scary series. Very scary. To take it 3-2 and advance into the main group stage of the tournament. Well done. Well done, well done. Okay, that is going to bring us to a little bit of a break. Thank you very much. A dog wearing shades for the 100 biddies. Thank you, thank you. Extra HP, but it can't be topped off with a supply hat drop the second time. That is a really good point, Lithanos MD. I honestly didn't even think of that. I did not even think about that. I just assumed that he would be able to kill it before. But in theory, yeah, that's entirely possible that you could get the save. If you dropped it, like, right away. Like, just an instant drop on the depot. All right, it's going to be a few minutes until we are ready to go. It's about, says 12 minutes. Man, Silent Z almost got the Greatest channel points payout in the history of the channel. Very close. 10 points on Nicoract. And nearly picked up 250,000. There can't have ever been that one-sided of a setup. All right, I'm going to see if I can't do something a little bit nifty here. Hang on, let me try this. No, that doesn't work. We want... does that work? Yeah. Yeah, that works perfectly. Perfect. Beautiful, beautiful. All right. I'm going to try and see if I can't crop the pictures in. Players in? Players in. Nope, that's not what we need. We need text. They didn't have 2-second DTs. That's got to be it. Yep. Clearly a bug. Clearly a bug. All right. What do we have coming up? Next match is going to be Rogue versus Gerald. I will be right back. And once again, I'm going to try and see if we can't get a cheeky crop in of something. Nice. Very cool. Oh. I realize why this didn't work. I was like, man, that's super weird. There we go. Okay, I think I have a solution to get the player webcams. They are doing vetoes, by the way. Bum bum. Maestros. That intro is so slick. I really like it. I really like it. So Verdant Temple being vetoed, Exarch, White Rabbit, and what is the last veto? What is the last veto? Maestros. 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 It's good. I like that tune. It's got vibes. It's got vibes. That doesn't even really make sense. It doesn't even really make sense. But that's okay. Oh, I feel like when I start streaming a lot, like streaming just about every day, the days kind of bleed into one another. And I start like hallucinating is the wrong word, but I definitely start getting a little like, what? Like, what is happening? And that is where I'm at currently, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh no, what have I done? Hit. There we go. Okay, Sanctuary 3 being the final banned map. Tourmaline is going to be first map pick. Missing You Today is going to be the second map pick. Then Black Rock, which is going to be fun. And then 10,000 feet. And then we will see what is the final map of the series. Actually, I guess we know what the final map of the series is. I just don't know offhand. Oh. I got to remember to join the lobby. Gerald saying a friendly hello. Hallucinating is what the fairies would call it. That's every job. Kind of, yeah. But like, I feel like streaming is, it's kind of a different experience because you don't really have downtime often. And you kind of feel like you have to be on all the time. And, you know, that's fine. That's like what I signed up for. But it definitely makes for a bit of a different experience, I would say. As every corporate job. Oh, having to be on all the time? Ah, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. You know what? We are... Oh, we're going to give up on this. We're not going to spend a crazy amount of time trying to do this. Player cams, it's fine. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom left, it is Rogue. In the blue. And his opponent's spawning up in the top right. For Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. In the red. To be fair, I think I have a bad habit of taking breaks. You are one of us now. Congratulations. Heh. Yeah, no, I think I have a bad habit of like giving myself time to take a moment off. One of us. One of us. One of us. Caw, caw. Now, Rogue actually has a pretty overwhelming win rate versus Gerald. I thought it would be closer than it was because Gerald is so good at the late game. But Rogue is so freaking fast. He is so aggressive. He is really, really good at finding openings and finding ways to dismantle opponents before they get to the late game. I don't know that Gerald is going to be able to survive to that point with on even enough footing to take advantage. And I do feel like on this patch in particular, as much as I know I complain about Protoss, and I know a lot of people are frustrated about Protoss, it is a lot harder to survive against everything Zerg can throw at you. Zerg has a lot more aggressive options than they did before, especially when you can execute at the level that Rogue can. Already worker count. Oh my god, how has this happened? How is Rogue about to pass Gerald in workers already? That's... Wow, okay, that is an insanely fast third Nexus. Did he cut probes for this? Rogue is already up on 36 drones. Oh, okay, well that was an oopsie. Accidentally just pulled a bunch of workers there. After building the Spore, I suppose. Usually you're not catching up with the worker count unless something weird has happened. At least a little bit later. Did I miss a supply block from Gerald? Like, this feels a little bit off. Oh, no, he doesn't have a unit in the wall twice. First time, he kind of got away with it. Second time, not so much. 2 more gateways coming in addition to the first one. It's going to be a full scout, but funnily enough, he actually doesn't see the Twilight. So this just weirdly... I mean, this just weirdly looks like something super funky. But it's not, is the interesting thing. Gerald is triple pumping probes. And he's very much now keeping pace with the Zerg. Which is funny. It's kind of the opposite of what usually happens. Rogue kind of raced to catch up immediately. Ooh, okay. Pneumatized Carapace. Rogue versus Kira GSL final would be the dream. A different animal, but the same beast. Oh. Blink is on the way. 4 gates fast obviously means a lot of units available at your disposal to be produced. Ooh, double adept on the third base. Should see no gas here. And that should cause a little bit of a moment. What are you up to here? 4 drones do go down. That's good. It's early, but I still think this is maybe enough to sniff something out. Gerald, though, not knowing what's happening just yet. Only 50 drones. This is a very dedicated attack, and it is going to hit so damn hard. Oracles have their energy baited already. It's not like they're at risk of running out just yet, but they did switch their pulsar beams back off. Oh, and there's no blink done just yet, so it's going to mean he has to turn them back on again, and they are already almost out of juice. He was trying to take a 4th base. Gerald had no idea. I think he's going to have blink, though. He's going to have the ability to warp in so many stalkers. He's got an insane amount of cash right now. Gerald, warp in, please, for the love of God. He can't. He's supply blocked. Oh, no. He's got 2,000 resources in the bank right now. Aha. To be fair, not a lot of gas. He only just now was getting up towards the 4th gas, and he never saturated it. But whether it's shield batteries, whether it's cannons, whether it is mining from that gas, more pylons, anything would have helped. He needed the right things. But as it is, this doesn't even feel particularly competitive in game number 1, because it's not. It's not yet competitive. Gerald desperately trying to buy time. Oh, he does bait a couple of friendly fire biles onto like 1 or 2 lanes. Zealots do now have +1, but there's also a ton of vials available. He's controlling the stalkers very well. The unit control is not the issue. It's unfortunately the build order execution and the lack of figuring out what was going on. Nexus in the natural now gone. The supplies have not overwhelmed just yet, but they will start to very soon as Gerald doesn't have the ability to produce units at the same pace anymore. Now that his Nexus has died, now that so many bases have got, or so many probes have gone down. And we even see Hydra range being added in. Lane's trying to get in on top of the Stalkers in the main. They blink back successfully. Really good job from Rogue keeping the Ravagers alive, honestly. Great job there. Even now, the supplies are not crazy one-sided. Oh, that's a big set of biles. But it doesn't matter, because Gerald has lost too much economy. It was a 4-base Zerg. Rogue could have transitioned. Didn't. But that was a tough game 1 for Gerald. It just... The funny... Yeah, he just didn't have as many units as he was supposed to. That's kind of the long and short of it. Hopefully, we see a better showing in game number 2. But, I mean, we return to our thesis of game hard. It's not a particularly spicy take to say game hard. Perhaps the least spicy take. "12 workers already so much nostalgic for me, Kappa." Nice. The simple 12 worker times. Remember when we used to have 12 workers? Crazy. Wild times. Oh, instant probe across the map. Okay. Here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right. For Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. In the red. And his opponent spawning up at the top left, it is Rogue. In the blue. Yeah, he did not want to let a hatchery get up at the natural under any circumstance. Now, if this were dark, you would have to be concerned about the concept that even though this drone goes to the third, could be going across the map. It could be faking you out with intention to actually take the base at the natural. There are many things that could be happening. But Rogue, generally speaking, is a player that sticks to his guns. Usually has a game plan and executes it one way or the other. He is a player that I feel like is a little bit... He can be a little emotional. Be a little bit of an emotional player. And... I get it. I get it. Once again, the game, it ain't easy being cheesy. It ain't easy being cheesy. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. All right, what are we going to see here? Nothing crazy. Rogue wanting to hide his second set of lings, perhaps? Or is he actually sneaking across the map? Yeah, he's sneaking across the map. This is real. What is the third match of the day? ByuN Shameless. So, yeah, we're going to have 3 of the matches played cross-server. And I believe the 4th one... I think Trigger is still in Korea. I believe he is still in Korea. Saving, in my opinion, the best match for last. Is there anyone who isn't emotional playing against Protoss? There's levels to it. There are for sure levels to it. Oh, Rogue is building a lot of lings here. He's not going to pull the drones, is he? No. No, he is not. But he goes up to 14 lings total. Oh, does get in on the other side of the map. Ling speed now completes. He gets the kill. Oh, he's going to get another one. Almost. Yes, he will. Yeah, he's chasing that down. Oh, man. Gerald, I mean, he's going to lose so much mining time if he doesn't go back to work. Now the lings flood in. This is going to be so much damage. Oracle is not yet out. It just started. Double Adept on the other side of the map. Drones pulling immediately. There is the Oracle. I was talking about second Oracle. Oh, another set of Lings gets in. Oh my god, this is so much damage. Double Adept in the main is just sitting there. It's not hitting drones. Walling out additional units, perhaps. 13 probes go down. Incredible Ling Flood out of Rogue and doing so much damage. If Gerald doesn't find counter damage right now, it's game over. This is an insurmountable position he finds himself in. He's not even building probes. No, what am I saying? Yes, he is. Am I drunk? What was I looking at? It's like the only thing he is building. He's not building Oracle. Oh, Adept Dushade into the third. I don't think 3 drones is enough. Oh, now these Oracles, they could find some very good value here. Oh, the snipe from the Spore. He targeted it manually. And the Spore kills the Oracle. A Sporacle. I think that's still not enough damage. I think, especially with the loss of the Oracle, this is Rogue's game to lose now. Obviously, macro slip-ups can happen. Players can make mistakes. But if Gerald doesn't find a way to find additional damage, or Rogue doesn't slip up macro-wise, you're not going to recover from this kind of eco disadvantage. The Zerg is going to... they're going to explode economically too fast. They're going to boom, if I may. When are you not drunk? The age-old question. When is Casterman not inebriated? Oh, these Lings going to find the Adepts, baiting them out into the open. Stasis Trap goes off, but he loses both Oracles. We're going to see a GG. We're going to see a GG any moment. There it is. Yep. Literally no chance. That's brutal. Well, if we were behind on schedule from the first match, we're certainly making up for time now. Yeah, Rogue is intimidating. It seems that way. It seems that way. I mean, that wasn't just the intimidation factor, though. That was also just some genuinely very good play out of Rogue. Like, the Ling Flood really caught him off. Like, totally and completely. "12 Workers so already so nostalgic for me, Kappa" is very funny. Very funny. Makes me... Brings me joy. Brings me joy to see a comment like that as Kappa. That's good stuff. This could be... This could be a sub 20-minute playtime series, which would kind of be unheard of at this level. I do think Rogue is the favorite, and I think it's even fair to say the heavy favorite. But I don't think most people had the first 2 games going this poorly for Gerald and this well for Rogue. Spawning down in the bottom left, it is Rogue. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Streamer Zone, it is Gerald. In the red. Okay. And he is going for a drone across the map. Yep. I like this. He is sending the drone down at a normal timing. Proximity hatchery, sir. In your natural. Oh. Hiding the drone. Ah, he's going to take the hatchery at his own natural. And now wants the secondary steal. But Gerald senses it. He smells it. He sniffs it. Oh, you needed a second probe. That might be too late. Oh, my God. Oh, he pylon blocks his own natural, but he loses the probe. That's... Rogue already built a gas and a pool. That is 125 minerals gone. Rogue's like, okay. Take the gas if you wanna. I'ma block it too. And he's forcing lost mining time here. Doesn't even need to do any drone harass on the mineral line. He just was keeping that probe from mining for a bit. Gerald, okay. I was going to say, if he forgets his second pylon, this would be disastrous. I already think he's solidly behind off this. This drone will eventually fall. And the Cybercore finishing at 223 is very late. Rogue wants to see what the tech is. That's a really late Stargate, too. Everything about this is kind of bad for Gerald, honestly. Like, this is just a brutal situation. Oh, he doesn't even one-shot the drone. Fortunately, it doesn't get far enough away that it keeps the Adept from shading forward and actually making some progress on the map. It is worth noting that this is a big investment from Rogue. Gotta remember that. But he was the one dictating what happened. Gerald gonna drop an incredibly quick third Nexus off just one unit. Doesn't even start the Oracle. Rogue building a bunch of Zerglings. I think he saw the probe go over to this third base, and I think he figured out what this is. Now, I actually don't necessarily think that building a ton of Lings to cancel the third, I don't think it's actually necessarily worth it. But I think with how this series is gone, and I'm talking about by the numbers, I think with how this series is gone and how uncomfortable Gerald has already been, I think this could be a great backbreaker. However, good job from Gerald. He actually keeps the Oracle at home. Rogue, though, not falling for it. He's not falling for it. He's saying, I haven't seen the Oracle yet. I know you made one. Rogue scouts in here, sees 2 additional gateways once again. Warp gate not quite done. Stalker will not kill this Ovi. Wow, Gerald. He scouts the Lings. That is an incredible scout. He sniffed this out and he trusted his guns. And as a result, he is going to get a very, very nice eco lead. Rogue played this out extremely patiently, but Gerald made the right decisions with almost no information. Very limited information. That was a really, really good set of plays from Gerald. Now, of course, you can get away with not sending your units across the map because you've opened up with such an incredibly fast third Nexus. This quick 4-gate style, we haven't gotten to see what Gerald's game plan was. So we're actually going to see him get to do maybe what he wanted to do in this series. Finally, in the third game of it. Game 1 and 2 just went so off the rails out for him so quickly. Oh. Where did the Adept go? I think he just shaded back home, honestly. More Stalkers warping in. We got Oracles on the other side of the map. He is going to Revelate and kill a couple Creep Tumors. Better than nothing. Not killing this one is funny, but, I mean, getting the active ones is the most important. Oh, Robo Bay and a second Robo. Okay. We are going Colossus, it seems. All right. What I was worried about. Ah, this felt like a straight Spire play. Oh, no. Fast Robo Facility. Or, sorry, fast double Robo Bay. Whether it's Disruptors or Colossus, which in this case, it almost certainly is going to be Colossus, is a nightmare. Now, Gerald throwing down a Phoenix. I mean, I suppose he has seen the gases at this third. But he hasn't seen anything else yet. Realistically, with what he's seen, it shouldn't be more than just a single safety Phoenix. If he saw gases at this base, then I would say, yeah, pump more Phoenix. Or if he sees the Spire itself, okay. That is very good information. Ooh, Ling's on the other side of the map. The Stalkers were moving out to take a fourth, and that is so many dead probes. He already loses 12 probes. There was no Baneling Nest, was there? No, he just literally +1 melee, go burr. Few drones on the other side of the map falling, but relatively very small value. And even though Gerald scouted the Spire, he just now starts a second Phoenix. Obviously was heavily distracted there. Could have already had the third Phoenix basically out at this point. And that would be a huge difference. Yeah, fourth Phoenix could be basically on the way. But we are going to see a transition out of this. Rogue doesn't know. Okay, now he knows. Now he knows that it is double Robo. And I think you... Okay, did he cancel the Hydra Den? He did. He did. He already got Roach Speed. He was getting +2 melee. It is still very far along. Baneling Nest is on the way. And it's an Infestation Pit instead of the Spire. I like that a lot. Rogue is actually a little bit supply blocked at 150, but he is still cooking in this game. And I very much do prefer his position at the moment. But Gerald's got some powerful tech units. Oh, that's a really nice stasis. Unfortunately, does lose an Oracle immediately. Lings, even with +1 melee, you don't want to go for the dive on this base necessarily. He's going to back away. 2 more Immortals in production. Rogue is playing a very tricky... Oh, man, those are some big Stacies. Rogue is playing a very tricky style, and Gerald is somehow keeping pace with it and making the right decisions kind of at every turn. Very impressive. Colossus gets some decent laser beams. Fourth Nexus is going to complete. Oh, but Rogue wants it. Nope. Sees that the units are close enough to being in position and will just back away. Phoenixes can start sniping away at some of the mutas. 1 Corruptor was added in. I actually don't know if that was an actual Corruptor or if it was an oopsie Corruptor. The rocks on this map are now very different. This version has been updated. Oh, I don't even know which way the rocks fall. I would have thought they fall on top of the other rocks. But no, never mind. They close another avenue. But it's not tight. Lings can fit through. Wow, okay. Viper added in. Adrenal Glands, +1 missile, Bane Speed. Meanwhile, it is now double Stargate Phoenix production out of Gerald. He's survived up to the 4 base setup. About to be full mining from his gases just now. As I say that, he did forget to rally this one probe back into gas, unfortunately. Zealots don't have charge, nor is it started. That's the one thing Gerald maybe has forgotten in this game. He's playing a very strategic PvZ. That one Zealot in the back was just like waiting like the cool kid at the party. I'll join when I want to join. You can't make me. God. Oh yeah, I know this band. You wouldn't have heard them. They're a little indie band called Metric. No, they're not mainstream. They're not mainstream. No, you're mainstream. Phoenixes, a couple of them, in some jeopardy, but Gerald will get out of here quickly. Oh, unfortunately, does still lose one of those Phoenixes in addition. A lot of them very low on HP, but I think Rogue is just interested at this point in throwing these mutas away more than anything. But obviously, if he kills those 3 Phoenixes, that's really nice for him. Oh, he does get one. Gerald going to pull back. I like the idea of just going back to the shield battery. Even baits his opponent into the cannon. And this little mini game will go in the favor of Gerald. To minimal effect, honestly. The mutas were no longer that big of a threat, and nor were they the focus. The big deal was the fact that they got figured out so early. I do think if you're playing Lingbane Ravager, you want to knock down as many sets of rocks as you can. Especially if you're now going into Ultras. It's not like he's going into Lurkers. He's going into Ultras with Microbial Shroud. Also is going to have Chitinous Plating and +1 Carapace finishing up very shortly. So against Zealots in particular, he will be well set up. Overseers being added in as well as Overlord Speed. Sounds like the tedious kid desperate for attention. No. He's definitely totally the cool kid. It's definitely not that he tells himself he's the cool kid, while purposely not socializing in the corner of the party, waiting desperately for someone to come up and ask him what he's listening to on his I don't even know, Zune? Microsoft Zune? There you go. Oh, those are some juicy storms. Holy crap. God, Gerald. Oh my God, they're the biggest storms you could have ever asked for. Immortals getting abducted in, but neither of them dies. And, well, that was about the... Oh, my God. That was the most disgusting engagement we could ever have seen. 1 Templar, 2 probes, and an Adept for an army. A whole Zerg army. Rogue was able to instantly remax. But, my God, did he ever just get wiped. That was insane how cost efficient that was. For a moment, it was, I think, 3 times cost efficiency. Gerald has the money. He has the Zerg bank right now. He's got almost 10,000 resources in the bank. Oh, God, that storm warping. Now, we're not there yet. Not even close. But this game so far is the kind of game that you want to win if you're down 2-0 in a series. It's not just about the games themselves. It's about how they happen. And this is a game so far that has been Gerald making excellent decisions and not being fooled by the trickery of Rogue. And Rogue eventually getting frustrated and slamming his head into a concrete, ultra concrete reinforced wall. Like, I cannot overstate how one-sided of an engagement that was and how that almost never happens. Banelings will get through the storm here, and they will blast through this pylon wall. But only 4 probes is not enough. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, well, Decent amount of Roach Ravager just got taken out. There are Ultras on the field. There are Blinding Clouds available. But there is no Microbial Shroud just yet available. Does complete the +2 Carapace. These Ultras are beefy. Gerald's doing a lot of really nice short little walls here on Blackrock. Black Sock. Yes, Black Sock. Yes. Oh, almost died to his own storm there. A little bit awkward, but not the biggest of deals. There's a burrowed Ling here, funnily enough. I think we can maintain civility here. I think we can maintain civility here. This map is too bright, but love the Warcraft 3 vibe. I actually don't think it's too bright. I do like bright maps. As long as the contrast isn't insane. It's lush, but I like it personally. I like it. But I understand. It's like on the verge. I think it was brighter before, actually. Lings trying to get into the main base. Okay, with Microbial Shrouds, with Neural Parasites, Ultra Infestor Viper can actually be an incredibly strong comp, specifically against what Gerald has. Gerald has a lot of Blink Stalkers, 35. And if you fungal them, lock them down, neural a couple of those Immortals, Blinding Clouds, things can get very, very scary here, but already Gerald on the retreat. Time Warp is good at keeping the Infestors at bay. Microbial Shroud coming through. Fungal Growth as well. Is there enough for Rogue to break through? There actually might be. Stalker's kind of blinking around the army. The army of Rogue kind of melted Gerald's army. But the reinforcing Stalkers without Infestor energy. Stalkers actually destroy Ultras. That started out really, really good for Rogue. And even in the net, I would say it is good for him because he resets the Immortal count a little bit, kills a lot of units, and experiences a great deal of success in this game. Compared to what he was going through. But he has spent almost all of his bank, and Gerald is still got a huge bank. If that had been the first engagement of the game, I actually would have really liked it for Rogue. Or if Rogue had been on a much bigger economy for a while before he went to a really like a very high army supply. But neither of those things are the case. He's been on, you know, 60, high 60s, mid 70s drone count for a while. Now, he is starting to mine more as he has denied the 6th base for a little bit of time. And is on... How many bases is Rogue on, actually? Is this his own 6th base? Trying to take a... Wait, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Trying to take a 7th and 8th. Yeah. I'm still not super used to the map layout yet of some of the new maps. So I can't just look at them. Especially because the minerals were actually blocked on the minimap. Just a little bit. Rogue, the Lings here are continuing to be an issue. Now we've got a Ling Ultra drop into the main. This is actually a pretty big problem, I would say, for Gerald. Recall will come through. Rogue is going to lose a lot of the Dropper Lords. The Phoenixes that stayed alive from earlier are a nuisance here. But with the Recall being used and the fact that the Mothership was brought with the Recall, that might actually be Gerald's biggest mistake in this game so far. If he keeps the mothership here, he can recall back over to the left side, no problem. As it is, well, he will still hold the base. He'll still hold the 5th, but he hasn't actually taken his 6th yet. Oh my god, he didn't burrow the Ultra, did he? Phoenixes on the other side do get taken out. What is the upgrade situation in the air? We got +3 air done for Rogue. Oh my god, the Ultra burrowed again. He's got an observer being added in here. Nidus network is produced. Broodlords were made, and now there's actually a lot of broods on the map. Gerald still has a huge bank, though. Getting all the defensive upgrades now. He's added all the aggressive ones, and he says, okay, I'm done attack. Now let me get defense. That's really funny. +2 shield, +2 armor start up. Where is the cyber core? It's just in the wall. Changelings being added in here. Finally, the Nexus is going to get taken after all the static defense has already been made there. That makes me chuckle. This does feel like a pretty good position for the Broodlord Infestor to roost. If the Tempest count were higher, I would kind of disagree. Oh, that's a big blink forward and a big fungal to catch these Stalkers. Obviously, not all the Stalkers engaging in just yet, but a flank, kind of attempting to expand a concave was Gerald. Not working out super well for him. Neural Parasite could be amazing on the Archons, could be amazing on the Tempests. We are going to see, as Cloaking Field is activated, engagement breaking out. Fungal growth just to try and prevent a chase. Let the Broodlords fire off some shots on the way. Nice little lift with the one remaining Phoenix. Corruptor count is not super high. We do have Zealots on the right side getting not really a whole lot done. It was just like 2 or 3 Zealots, so it's not that big of a deal. Gerald, though, is actually pretty mineral starved. He's got 5,000 gas in the bank, but only 1,000 minerals. Now, as he gets his 6th base actually properly mining, it will get a lot better, but it's not a full base. Very important to note, it is a 6 mineral patch, 1 gas base. Three more Stargates being added in by Gerald. There's the +2 air armor. Broodlords did rotate to the right side. Rogue's doing an excellent job of continuing to spread creep during all of this. Broodlord Infestors 16 years later. Rogue is just playing with his food. Well, he is definitely striking back in a big way. Gerald has not balanced his economy well enough. He's not been playing enough Templar. That's like the long and short of this. Ultras are going to take down all the static defense on the top left. Oh, I love this blink to make sure that the Ultras can't retreat by taking out the Nidus network. That was what that Nidus worm was for. Vipers on the right side, or rather, Tempest on the right side. Trying to get jumped by the Corruptors, but they respond quickly. Now we've got each player with a... Oh my god, why are these queens here? Why are they being dumb? They got themselves just kind of stuck on top of one another. Rogue is the one that's short on gas, which is obviously more normal to see. And... Oh, big chonk right there. Big chug. Gerald is once again the one with a massive, massive gas bank. Now this is... Oh, I think he kills the Nexus. Even if the recall goes off, he gets the kill. Cloaking Field is too late. A couple of cannons going down. Very nice snipe from Rogue. And now his income will take a big advantage. Big swing. Cloaking Field is going to be on cooldown for 30 seconds, give or take. Oh, wow. You can drop rocks on top of this. Oh, that's in case somebody sets up a bunch of siege tanks there. Oh, that's neat. Giving a counter to the high ground spots. Very cool. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that crushed the high ground. Overlords in the main base are going to get a lot of lings dropped out. These cannons will not stop this. And recall is on cooldown. Rogue has really been turning on the jets recently. Propul trying to block the cannon. Good move, but not enough. Even loses the pylon there. Rogue barely getting the kill on it, but it is just enough. Last cannon in the main has been taken out, and now even some of the tech is going to be in trouble. A Stargate following. Burrowing the lings. Love it. With no Oracle for Revelation, you got to rely on the relatively very slow observers. Oh, another nice little Burrow Ling play. Lings on Burrow in the main base, distracting a large portion of the army, even for just a moment, is nice. God, this is really, really well done from Rogue. He was in so much trouble in this game after the early stage, but has solidly outplayed Gerald since then. I would say completely, honestly. Oh, Nidus Worm getting popped off thanks to the burrowed lings. And now we're going to see a ton more lings able to jump out into the main. Recall will be available in a moment. Oh, Templar will be able to be energy recharged and cast Storm, but... Oh, it's actually... No, he's going to make it die to its own Storm. Oh, that's so much more insulting. Robo Bay being targeted here by these lings. Gerald is still trading efficiently, but that doesn't matter if you can't win the game. Ooh, we've even got Changeling seeing the entire army. Oh, it is so bunched up. Parasitic bombs are huge. The fungal parabomb combo activates all the immortal shields. Parabomb, very, very good on the Tempest. They're retreating out of the fight. Storm, not great. Time Warp, desperate, not working. And this army, well, Rogue actually disengages from it. He could have 100% killed the mothership. No questions asked on that one. But he disengages and lets Gerald kind of slink away. That, I feel like that could have been the game. Oh my god, the Zealots still don't have charge. They're so slow. Dropper Lord's coming into the main base once again. Gerald is actually rebuilding the Templar archives. That's why he can't get +3 ground armor, +3 shields. He doesn't have the Templar, or the Twilight Council. Sorry, not Templar archives. He's got the Templar archives. He doesn't have the Twilight. Base goes down. I think that's why Rogue just doesn't seem worried. His unit control has been very good. And he's been dictating the pace and the flow of this game completely. I didn't realize +3 Tempest, 2-shot Infestors. But I suppose that makes sense. Gerald will have the air upgrade. But it doesn't matter as much when you're playing carrier, or sorry, when you're playing Tempest versus carrier. It's obviously very, very nice. Especially the attack upgrades. But the carriers are where... Well, I mean, for the attack upgrades, it's still important to have them with the carriers as well. It is good. It is always good to have the air upgrades, for sure. And Gerald can absolutely afford it. Even now as Rogue is, clawed his way back. Gerald finally looking for a little bit of a move out here. We do have an Nidus Worm on the top side. Recall is available, but Gerald is starting to mine out of some of his bases. He does need to make something happen. Huge fungal growth on the High Templar. They're caught at the front. Broodlord's going to go to work at them. Stalkers not able to get on top of those Broodlords quickly enough. The Tempests are fungled and locked down. They've got no retreat. And it is going to be Rogue crushing the army of Gerald. And with that, I believe... crushing the game. Mothership goes down. Corruptor's having to clump up a little bit to get it, but this is completed a process that has been underway for about 15, maybe even 20 minutes at this point of Rogue clawing and tearing and ripping his way back into this game. He's now only 3,200 resources lost behind. For a moment, it was less than that. It was like less than 2,000. 31-minute charge. At this point, I can confidently say Zealot Charge will not win him this game. But it's 100 minerals, 100 gas. Now, even now... yeah, Rogue's just too far ahead. I don't think you get into the nuts and bolts of 100 minerals, 100 gas in the grand scheme of things. We're not down to the final units. We're not down to the final bases. But Gerald is down to his final base that he's not even been able to take yet. Another fungal growth coming in on top of the Tempests. Oh, this time he hits the ground army in the air. Rogue has just been controlling this so well. Never panicking. All the High Templar get taken out, and Gerald is... He is done. He is done. He's done. He's dead. Stalkers are good as a mobile option, and they're actually quite good against the Ultras, but if they can't get on top of the Broods, you need a more technical, beefy army. Gerald never got it. And Rogue has now taken the lead in resources lost. Almost as one-sided of an engagement. Not quite. I shouldn't even say almost. But a very one-sided engagement. No doubt about it. Neural Parasites now coming in, stealing the Tempests. Oracle killing off the Infestor, but not getting the other one. So it still remains in the control of Rogue for a little while. Gerald now on... I mean, yeah, very, very low supply. Resounding victory out of Rogue there. After a start that was really, really good for Gerald. Like, as good as it gets. But Rogue didn't let him have it. He just refused to let him have it. Needed to push after his huge army kill. At the very least, get something done. Get something done. It just did not work out for him, though. Man, that was really impressive to watch from Rogue. Like... Very, very, very impressive. If maps could be 20 of these normal-sized maps, I suppose the Zerg Rush would have cinema music pop up. Yeah. Gerald needed to attack at some point ever. Yes, I think that more than anything sums it up. Like, you cannot just sit at home forever. All right, we are going to go to a little break as we get set up for the third series of the day. Third of 4. Do you know when Dark returns from the Protons dungeon? It's getting there. We're getting close. We're getting closer and closer. Yeah, Nicoract was really close to making it happen. Game 4 in particular was very impressive. He defended a proxy hatch perfectly. Literally did not lose a unit. And it was a macro proxy hatch, but there was some commitment to units and aggression. No spines, but trying to get something done. All right, we are going to go to a break. I'm going to see how long before it... see how long before we get back, but I'll be right back. Gonna put up the timer. Okay, 12 or yeah, about 13 minutes. 12 minutes. All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Bop, 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 bop. Ate an apple. It was nice. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Okay. Well, we are getting right into it. Sorry, I was just taking a look at probably the most interesting thing so far in response to the 12-worker or 8-worker start. And yeah, very intrigued, very intrigued. Spawning up at the top left, it is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN in the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for the Stalny Balls. It is Shameless in the blue. And that is Larimbo. Wrote a really cool little write-up. It's the first thing I've seen that actually makes me say, okay, maybe we shouldn't do it. Maybe we shouldn't do the 12-worker start. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I think I've always said, even from the get-go, like, maybe not. Maybe it won't work. But this is the first time where I'm like, okay, this evidence actually looks compelling, you know? This actually seems like compelling evidence. It's on Reddit right now. It's pretty interesting. It seems to be... I only looked at it a little bit, since this was not a super long break. But I think this is that's the most coherent, well-written setup. Link, sauce, please. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my God, he was so close, but he didn't get far enough. It is going to be a Gate Nexus into a Chrono Stalker. And this looks like a Proxy Stargate to me. I don't know about you, but he did get Warp Gate. But this still has to be a Proxy Stargate. There's no way. Did I see Wardy's take on it? Oh, it is a Warp Gate. Interesting. Wow. All right. Yeah, Chrono on Gateway or Warp Gate. All I saw was that Wardy was threatening to stop hosting tournaments and walking away from StarCraft 2 if it went through. But I didn't really hear any reason why. All I saw is him just doing that. What Larimbo just wrote, that is actually like, okay, this is really interesting. This is compelling evidence. And I trust his experience, you know? His knowledge and understanding of the game, especially the early game, is extensive. And even just right out the gate, he comes out with something that's very well thought out. Which is talking about the pylon and the tech thing. I think that's interesting and very compelling. ByuN does not know what's going on. Oh, he's going to boost into a couple of units. This is already quite good for Shameless. Oh, he's actually very good for Shameless. No bunker at the front. ByuN was the one who was planning on being aggressive. Widowmine is going to be in trouble. He loses it before it can burrow. Comes at the cost of the Adept, but this is going to be so much control right now for Shameless. Hellion on the other side just got a huge shot on the probes. 5 probes for a single Hellion. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I understand ZG's point of view, and it's a pretty valid one about the ramping of the economy. And that eventually you get up to 66 workers, and that's you know, the optimal thing. I mean, I've said the whole time I'm not married to the change, but I think the idea of saying no, don't do this, you can't do this under any circumstance is like without even testing it or looking at it is like kind of asinine. I think it's just like, give it a chance. It's on the PTR. If there was like a discussion that, yeah, it's going to go live within like a week later and we're not taking any feedback, that would be completely different. That would be completely different. I do think the way that you get there is interesting. Like in terms of like I think the variety of earlier openers is interesting, but the concept of saying like, oh, we've already had low worker starts, it's the same. It's not the same. Everything is different. Not only are there way more units in the early game, there's also like workers literally mine differently than they did in Wings of Liberty. They decelerate slower. So the average worker is already more efficient. It is fundamentally completely different. But the thing about getting up to a 66 drone economy is a valid point. Shameless does get a lot of damage on this Raven. The thing is, there's points for and against it. He should have more say than anyone. No, I think the pros should have more say. I think the community should have more say. I think people. I don't actually think anyone necessarily should have more say. I think threatening to take your ball and go home, it's not a good look. I understand feeling emotional about it, though. That I understand 100%. Single Banshee on the other side of the map. Not going to be able to find really anything at this third base. There is a shield battery. It's just kind of in a pocket, though. So far, game number 1. Quite dynamic and interesting. The thing is, if the other changes all go through, I'm already a happy camper. Or not even all the other changes go through, but like the scale of the patch is already immense. So like I'm fine if the worker change gets rolled back. There are better ways to get your point across, I think, than like threatening to leave. And I think Lorimbo did an excellent job of, you know, laying things out in a really, really good way. Is this central, west, central, west, central? It is west, central, west, central, west. We are going to be seeing the target fire on a pylon. Gets +1 weapons before it can complete. Not all of the tanks are sieged up for ByuN, but this is a really good position he's found himself in. He's worked himself into, I should say. However, there's enough zealots and stalkers to clean up everything. Oh, that looked so promising. That looked so promising for ByuN. But there was just so many zealots. God, so many zealots. Holy crap. 28 zealots. Hey, I agree. I don't think that the community needed to go crazy with it. But you are a public-facing figure, and, like, if you make a public comment, people are going to react to it. Oh, big mine shots on the Zealots. That is a really, really nice find for ByuN here. Shameless was not expecting 6 Widow Mines into the face of his entire army. 14 Zealots go down. Sheesh. Shameless was in a really good position right up until that moment. Who is ZG? Zombie Grub. The funny thing is, it could, in the net, this whole situation could just end up being something that gets reverted, but we got a ton of eyes all of a sudden back on StarCraft, and there's no actual cost to the game, and it just ends up being a pure net good. Oh, they didn't just ask only Wardy. They asked a ton of people. Like, we literally do have a PTR for this exact purpose. ByuN is ahead on the 2-2 timing, of course, but I really like the decision from Shameless to add the double forge after he lost the +1 weapons. Plus, or well, not plus. 4th base is now done. Ghosts and Vikings being added in. Shameless had himself a really good start to this game after the cleanup in the natural, but now it's starting to look better and better for ByuN as he gets up to a 4th base, as he is getting closer and closer to completing his +2/+2, and as he gets that +1 ship weapons nearly done as well. Zell is trying to get in on top of the 3rd, opening the door for a potential snipe on the 4th, but the repair is going to be good. The kiting is also good. And ByuN will hold it together. However, the Zealots are still running roughshod into the natural. Oh, this is a very, very tough move to deal with. The Prism into the main base. Vikings do manage to take out the Prism. Very good job and good position on that one Marine. Kind of incidental, but still worked out very well for ByuN. Tunneling the Zealots. Tunneling? No. Bottlenecking. That's the word. Anyone watching ice hockey at the same time? I heard yesterday Canada had a terrible showing. It was not a great day for Canadian sports. Well, if you're a Jays fan. Ooh, Scan barely caught the corner of that Observer. Viking count is very high. We'll be able to take down 2 of the Colossus pretty quickly. ByuN is doing a great job of surviving. Prism Micro would be really nice on the Colossus. Not able to save it. Instead, just warping into Zealots. Both Colossus do go down, and that means The Bio will be able to just kind of stand strong. No EMPs coming out from ByuN. But he gets a very, very good set of defensive trades. Now... No, this is very good for ByuN. What is not good for ByuN? The lack of +3 attack. He did the +3 armor. Did not start +3 attack. No +2 ship weapons yet either. He's spending all of his money to try and get back up to a higher supply. He doesn't have a wall at the third base. I would love a bunker. Not necessarily here, but just like a fallback. Hold that thought. We do have a fight on the right side. I wasn't expecting ByuN to push out, but he did. Just like a bunker here, so that the Zealots kind of get into the main mineral line and they're not being targeted on SCVs specifically. They'll aggro into the bunker. And it's just a little bit easier for ByuN to deal with, and it's still relatively close to the fourth base, which is what his kind of point of contention was. Shameless is on now 7 bases. Thunder lost 2. I don't really have a horse in that race. Huge surround coming in from Shameless. Very, very well done. Nice EMP on the sentries to make sure force fields couldn't hold him at bay. That was really important. That could have actually been the game if the force fields come in the right way there. Obviously, ByuN can still theoretically lift up into the medevacs, but that's not going to be an easy time. Oh, got to be careful chasing this Colossus with all the Marines, but he does get the kill. Second one shows up to the fight. And that is going to turn things around. ByuN, I think, might be pushing a little bit too hard right now. He's losing so much to this Colossus. It's got 10 kills in about 15 seconds of fighting. Shameless is out of money to warp in. He's just no bank. He's obviously got a ton of income. But ByuN might actually be able to keep pushing and end this game right here and now. I thought he was over pushing, but it might just be enough. Guardian Shield is available. Very nice usage of the Guardian Shield here. Oh, this very good target fire on the Stalkers from ByuN. I'm a little bit tongue-tied. Blah, 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 blah. ByuN, continuing to rally forward, is going to be able to take this one down, it looks like. More Zealots, though, into the fight. We got 14 gateways. This is a very, very, very close tug of war. Target fire on the Liberator will get it before the Stalkers can all be targeted down by ByuN. God, this is so, so, so close right now. This Observer, by the way, for Shameless is giving so much information. ByuN... Oh, he does not have Caduceus Reactor, nor does he have any medevac energy on his 3 medevacs that are on the field. 4 being produced at a time, though. And that is the infusion of energy that he needs. Now he starts up +3 weapons. God, this game is so close right now. Shameless is getting driven back a little bit. Another Guardian Shield is popped. The lack of +3 weapons for ByuN hurts so, so, so much. Whereas Shameless now has his 3-3 done. His Guardian Shield worth its weight in gold during this fight. This gateway blocks the Nexus, by the way. Not something I think anyone thought about when this game started as to whether or not the positioning of this gateway would have an impact on the game. But it certainly is looking like it will. Obviously, we got this factory landed here. Widow Mine being produced is adorable. But I don't think it's necessarily good. ByuN, though, being caught out of position is also not good for him. He's late to pull the SCVs on top of this for the repair, but it's just in time with the army as close as it was. EMP is pretty decent. Another one hits the rest of the Stalkers in the back. Zealots will get mostly melted. And with a couple of Vikings added in, he's going to be able to chase down the Colossus as well. Good scan sees the army behind this. But ByuN will retreat out upon seeing an additional Colossus. Shameless has just barely gotten out enough units multiple times to survive here. This has been an absolutely incredible game, number 1. To start this series. Playing Witcher 3, I should play it too. Nice. Shameless. Nice little zealot run by at the third base of ByuN, which still does have a little bit of money at it. What is Shameless's base situation looking like? He's actually still got money on his natural even. Hasn't even fully mined out there yet. And still like a decent amount. Like more money at his third than, or at his natural than ByuN has it at ByuN's third. And of course, that's Mules coming into play. Vikings will take down the Colossus on the right side. Rotation coming in. Reinforcements for ByuN. He will complete his +3 weapons. Oh, he lands the Vikings. That is not what he wanted to be doing, I don't think. Definitely needed to be fighting that Colossus. There is just Stalkers and a couple, and the single Colossus left over. Now the Marauders bustle through and do kill that Colossus. ByuN finally breaks the base. A battle lasting, raging for so long. I feel like the battle report is lying. I feel like it's been more than 3 minutes. Finally, ByuN breaks through and gets the job done. He hasn't won this game, but that is a huge, huge swing of momentum. That feels like the tipping point, perhaps, as even though the bases are not fully mined out for Shameless at even the natural yet, third base, fourth base, fifth base are all down to less than full mining. And the sixth base is in trouble too. That's the other thing that's also a valuable point for Yexta as well. Like, this patch is not set in stone by any means. We are going to see Shameless getting over to the left side. Ooh, that's a nice bit of kiting coming through. Gary Argenis, thank you very much for the tier 3 resub at 19 months. Holy crap. My man. ByuN kiting back with the army. Oh, this is still Razor's Edge. EMP comes in. Vikings are being targeted down. All 3 Colossus are alive, and the lasers are cooking ByuN's army. One of the Colossus does fall. Shameless, though, now has both side bases. And his economy is back in a massive swing. Back in the swing of things. Observers, by the way, have seen so much for so long. SCV is trying to mine out the back path to the 6th base for ByuN. He desperately needs that 6th. Vikings being added in here. We'll be able to take care of the Colossus. And now it's just Stalkers left over. A couple of Zealots and a couple of Sentries. Sentry goes down. It had the Guardian Shield, of course. That's... I cannot overstate how valuable it is in these fights. And so good from Shameless to make sure he's always ready with a Guardian Shield. ByuN, though, now up to the 6th base. No +2 ship weapons, though. God, this game is actually so sick right now. It's been a bloody brawl. Medevac count is so bloody high. Oh, that's not a good engagement for Shameless. He doesn't want to just throw away a ton of Zealots. That is what is happening. They are getting ground down. Surround attempted here. ByuN says, uh-oh, nope, we gotta get out of here. I can't fight you from multiple angles. EMP hits the sentries, preventing the Guardian Shield. Blink forward, aggroing into the planetary. Not what you want at all. That is the range coming in. The late game engineering bay upgrade. Vikings now landing on top of those Stalkers that drifted around the corner. And ByuN gets a remarkably good engagement. 2 Ghosts of Viking, and then a bunch of Bio, a Medevac, 27 Zealots. I mean, just look at the numbers. The numbers. We're now up to a nearly 14,000 resources lost advantage. ByuN does not have Liberators as a super great option, but they do have range still. Shameless wanting this around here. ByuN is quick to get out of here. I love that he lands the Vikings behind this. Very good decision-making. Shameless, though, is going to rotate into this base. It's just gas left over. ByuN does need gas, though, still. God, their money right now is being spent so efficiently. This feels like a battle of titans. Which is crazy to say when you have a world champion and a relatively very untested player like Shameless. But Shameless has really been looking very good here. ByuN is now maxed out, though. I can't read numbers. Really, really appreciate it, Gerald. Again, it's the tier 3 sub. That might have gotten me to 100 partner plus points.
I am but a phantom.
Oh, Blink DT's on the top right. Is that going to be enough to take down the base? It is. I am but a phantom. What are we but Fanta? Meanwhile, attack on the top left. Liberators do siege up here. ByuN had a very large army. I'm very surprised Shameless, with the vision that he had, went for that fight. And now he is actually going to get overwhelmed. He's going to lose a base for a base. I think that is better for ByuN because it is more cost efficient with what he did on the right side. Meanwhile, now on the left side, this is going to be a very good defense here for ByuN. A scan does have to be used to reveal the DT that blinked behind, but it was just a singular DT. Oh my goodness. It does feel like ByuN has now kind of tipped this one too far in his favor. Shameless, I think he now would have to win a base trade. I do think he recognizes that, but a very smart maneuver from ByuN. Preparing for this. At the very least, it will be another base for a base, even if it's a denied base that was retaken for the most important base of Shameless. ByuN is down to almost no minerals on this base. He's got one more base of mining. Shameless, though, it's a last-ditch effort, and it is not going to be enough. And ByuN takes it. Very, very well done. Oh my God! Look at this graph. Look at that graph. Mirroring each other for so long. Super, super cool. What I am saying, Advanced Forgot Storm can be Advanced Kappa? What? Wah. I know, that's why I did it. Thank you very, very much, Gary. I do appreciate it. 07's in the chat. That's a lot of zealots. It is a lot of zealots. You got to hand it to both players. One, Shameless, with some really good stuff on the kind of like arcing around, trying to grab ByuN's army from multiple angles with multiple flanks. And two, ByuN basically every time quickly getting himself out of there before this round could actually take full effect. Very, very impressive. This is the old patch. This is the current patch. Sorry, the game heated up and it was way too good. So I stopped looking at chat too much. Pig is also a GM in all races and actually makes arguments. I don't know that I agree that Pig handpicks games. I think Pig's, well, he does and he doesn't. I think regardless, it's a really good thing to have a big shakeup. Regardless. And for me, it doesn't necessarily have to be the worker change. The patch honestly on its own is big enough for me. Heh. God, what is wrong with me? That is huge, Gary Organis. Last day of the month, getting us to the 100 Partner Plus points to maintain Partner Plus. Now, do have to do it for another 2 months in a row, but I'm confident that I can definitely do that. Ever since this PTR change, PTR came out, poor pig is catching strays left and right, even though he was supportive of such change since the dawn of time. Honestly, I feel like everyone is just kind of losing their minds. As much as I hope they aren't afraid to walk them back if it doesn't work, but I have a feeling they won't do so, unfortunately. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know, and I think that they'll be willing to walk it back. I do think so. But I can't say that for sure.
Game paused.
Not definitively. Oh, lags. PPs. Ultimately, I'd rather hear Pig's arguments than Ortosis. The beauty is you can listen to both. You can listen to both. Fair enough. I get that, InfoFox. I get where you're coming from on that. The reality is, oh,
Game paused.
ping 10,000. Damn. That is crazy, because this is central. This should be better for Shameless in theory. 10,000 feet. Oh my god. Well, to answer that one to Big Mac, that is already... There's literally already articles about it. Multiple... Make no mistake. If nothing else, this is definitely drawn a huge amount of attention to the game. Like, that's actually not even a debatable point. It absolutely has. Now, will that get people to actually play again? Not necessarily. What it might do, though, is even if the change gets reversed, it might get people to look at the game and be like, oh, well, I actually really like the other changes that actually are going to go through. Maybe I play again.
Game resumed.
Yes, Shameless is from Russia, yeah. Once again, I'm not going to pretend to know what will happen with this patch. Whether all the changes will go through, whether none of them, literally none of them will go through. Whether it will be amazing for the game, whether it will be terrible for the game. But I think at minimum, we do have to give it a chance. Now, to me, probably the most impressive response I've seen so far is actually that's Larimbo's write-up. I actually think that is the best. And you know what? Written responses, even though they are the least valuable for people, for the people that write them, because you don't make money off of a written response. You make money off of a YouTube video that's talking about whether this patch is the greatest thing since sliced bread or the worst thing since Hitler, you know? The write-up, though, is clear. It cannot be minced. You have an opportunity to rewrite little words to be exact and specific with what you mean. And you can reference very specific things and be like, this is what I mean exactly. And you can respond to it in a written way as well. And in that sense, I think Lorimbo's response so far has been the best. The most useful. One thing that I will say that was mentioned mildly is that because the game starts so fast and you're basically always forced to take an expansion, it does discourage new players from looking at it. And it's driven people away because of that ramp up. But there is a counter argument to that, which is it even worth it to worry about that at this point? Like, that's not the only reason to do the patch, honestly. You could just get a robo voiceover for it and have AI slop in the background. 100%. 100%. Easily. I don't think that patches are the milkshake that brings the boys to the yard of SC2. I think a patch every year, a huge shakeup patch every year. Doesn't have to be changing worker count, doesn't have to be whatever. I think that is actually what keeps StarCraft 2 fresh and what is needed, honestly. ByuN opening up 6 Marine Mine Drop again. Shameless is going to be going for 4-gate Blink here. Oh, this is pretty nice for ByuN so far. Gets 2 probes, forcing a bit of lost mining time. Wouldn't mind doing some good zoning. He can take out this... Oh, okay. Oh. That was a little scary for ByuN for a moment there. Widowmine gets taken out before it can reburrow. And ByuN just barely got in before the killing volley of Hellion shot or of Stalker shots went through. ByuN unfortunately not able to kill that probe. He didn't have the Hellion on target fire. So the Stalkers, when they blinked in, they drew fire from the third what would have been the killing shot, killing blow. Builds are not changing; they're just slower in PTR GM. That's not actually true. That's not actually true. But they may not be changing drastically. They may not be changing in a meaningful way. I think ultimately it's good to have passion. Very good to have passion about this kind of thing. But what I think a lot of people are doing that is very much wrong is they're blaming people. And instead of this being like, oh man, this is exciting to debate about, and this is exciting to figure out whether this is a good thing or not, they're taking up battle lines in a way that is just combative, purely combative. Oh, double adept, or not double adept, double auto turret. Getting a kill on a probe and a stalker. Now the Prism gets taken out on the right side. ByuN almost lost this medevac, but he was able to save it. Does he drop the third CC? Wants to kill the Observer at the very least before deciding whether to drop that third CC, it seems. Nope. Yeah, he will drop it now. I do like the repair on the Medi. For me, Galinius, TVP is not the problem, though, generally, in terms of build order diversity. TVP is the one bright spot. It's that the other matchups aren't like that. That's a valid take as well, SK2. I don't know that I agree. I do think that lowering the number of workers does have meaningful changes. But I think that it might not even be... Like, Larimbo makes a good point that it might not even be possible. Hold that thought. We are going to see the Zealots getting it on top of this army. Widow Mines, one of them does get taken out before it can burrow. Second gets a big shot, and the third one mostly gets mitigated. Plus one attack is almost done for ByuN. It's going to kick in a moment. Guardian Shield no longer available. Shameless, his army is kind of trapped away from the rest of his reinforcements. And ByuN is going to get a kill on the 4th base. Oh, man. Really well done from ByuN. God, that was such an efficient push so far. Sheesh. Only one warp-in potential or spot available here. Again, having a re-stim. Good kiting avoids the friendly fire mines. Zealots do get in on top of the tanks from behind. But once again, good kiting keeps the rest of the bio safe. ByuN, though, will be forced to back away for the moment. And to be honest, he already achieved the main goal, which is denying the 4th base. But he even gets some good trades behind it. However, Shameless did manage to hold without revealing his tech, which is pretty nice. I don't think ByuN is going to be flabbergasted that it's Colossus, though. He's already seen the Robo. And, of course, he already knew that there was a Warp Prism, so no doy. ByuN, is going to try and continue pushing. Army supplies are rather similar. Zealots. Oh, that flank of Zealots from Shameless. It does get melted pretty quick, but it helps a lot holding the army in position while the Colossus and Stalkers try and wail away at the Terran force. Still, this looks very, very good for ByuN now. Stalker does get taken down by this Raven. That's its 8th kill, by the way. Sheesh. That Raven is popping off. ByuN landed 3rd CC. Mules fully saturated. And quite a few medevacs on the field as well. He is getting a 2nd starport and Vikings, as well as the 2nd NG Bay in the armory. Already has the Ghost Academy actually done. Shameless this time does manage to blink his Stalkers to the shield battery to keep the... Or Stalker individual. To keep the Stalker alive. I mean, more Thunder, I do think Protoss does need some nerfs. Or at the very least, it needs to be redesigned I think that is something that it's kind of hard to get away from. Not completely. That doesn't need to be gutted. I don't think it needs to be gutted, but it does feel like there's at the very least a disparity in terms of execution requirements. I think that's probably the biggest issue right now. And regardless, whether, like, big changes are good, regardless. I think a lot of patches have been small swings and very small efforts, and I'm not as big of a fan of that. God, this Observer is really, really nice for Shameless. I actually think what the SC Evo folks have done with the Reaver is great. Like, the fall-off damage is really cool. Oh, that's a big EMP coming in on top of these Stalkers. We'll be able to find a good number of them. Force fields not going to be available if the EMPs can land. Shameless gets out of here. Interesting that Shameless just blasted his way right into the Widow Mines despite seeing them. Now, I wonder if ByuN noticed that the Zealots basically attacked the Widow Mines as opposed to... No, I don't think you would notice that. I think Shameless might have done this on purpose to mask the fact that there's an Observer here. That's actually really cool if he did. interference matrix. No, anti-armor missile is very good here. Disruptor shots being avoided pretty well. The second one does connect. They kind of juked each other there and juked themselves at the same time. ByuN using the Nexus a little bit against Shameless here. And that Disruptor not going to connect it. He needs a big Nova at this point to have any chance. God, ByuN is playing so well today. Super, super locked in. Disruptor not going to be the one that gets targeted. The one that was firing the shot, but the shot doesn't connect anyways. ByuN was able to split away. This one, though! Oh, my God. Massive set of kills. 16 kill Ruptor, and that is the Hail Mary Shameless needed. Hail Mary wearing lace. What? Huh? 2-2 is now done for both players. +3 weapons, though, very close to completing. Oh, my God, Shameless. That could... And the same Ruptor just got another hit. That is your lucky Disruptor right there. Now DTs on the third base are going to go to work. And this might have just kept Shameless from being down 2-0. And all of a sudden, the game is flipped completely. Disruptor's being fired out. Oh, he wants to use 3 shots, taking out all the SCVs at this base. Last Ruptor put on cooldown. God, the same hero Ruptor is now up to 24 kills. Put that bad boy in a museum. Zealots still running amok on this base. ByuN, I think he's been broken. If not in a material way, maybe in a middle bit of a mental way in this game. And now ByuN will be forced to tap out. GG is called. Shameless. That one Disruptor. I think it was 28 kills at the end. Game-winning Disruptor. God damn. This was looking very, very good for ByuN for so much of this game. Saying ByuN has been playing so good today, and then he shits the bed 10 seconds later. That is the most caster curse, and that's just what we do. We're just here to curse the players, you know. I can only spam box my workers for 40 seconds. I mean, this one, I'm not even gonna fight too hard for it, but you can do some pretty slick optimizations, mineral boosting, to get a couple seconds on your opponent. But I'm not going to pretend like that appeals to most people. I'm not going to pretend that that appeals to most people. Trigger cannot beat Cure? That's a very bold statement since he's beaten him multiple times in the last little bit. I do agree that if this patch, if with this patch, TNZ are able to even it out with Protoss by mid-game, Blizzard is going to have a slight problem with TVP late game. Maybe. At that point, you can, yeah, you can take a look at the Liberator, potentially. But I think we're a ways away from that becoming even a necessity. Yeah, coming into today, that was the series I was expecting to be the closest, Trigger versus Cure. But so far, Nicoract SHIN already went the distance and was very close at times. And now we've got Shameless and ByuN feeling really, really close. Like, game one was locked. Like, they were locked horns for a very long time. Just absolutely battling, dueling. And even though game two looked really good for ByuN for a lot of it, Shameless kept close enough that he was always one miracle shot away from evening things out. And in that case, actually taking a nice little lead and was eventually able to win the game off of it. All right, spawning down on the bottom left for the Stalny balls, it is Shameless. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up the top right for the Shopify Rebellion, it's ByuN. In the red. And yeah, that's can be a tough game to try and come back from, because you feel like you gritted and grinded it out so hard in that first game, and then game 2, not quite as difficult at the start, but absolutely still having to grind for the advantage. And then it feels like one disruptor shot goes unmarked, gets a mega connection, and completely turns the game around. You know, I kind of miss when Ruptors were a little limba. It was so exciting, even if I knew it was a bit unfair. They were exciting units. And, like, they're still capable of bringing that excitement. Like, that's the thing, though, too, is sometimes when these kinds of shots are less frequent, they're more exciting. It was so nice to see a Ruptor actually kill something. I think the Disruptor is in a pretty good place right now, balance-wise and design-wise. And, like, it was the stress that Shameless was putting ByuN under that eventually caused that to get the massive hit that it did. It is a double gas opener for the first time this series, I believe, from ByuN. And also a double Reaper opening for the first time this series. It is Stalker Sentry out of Shameless. He wants that early hallucination. Not a huge surprise. Oh. Okay. I wasn't actually sure if that Reaper would survive because it got hit with its own grenade. I was pretty sure. Oh, hallucination does get denied by the Widowmine. It's actually really nice. That's really nice. Sees a reactor finishing, and that's pretty much the extent of the information he got. It is going to be a 3-mine drop. Second barracks getting fired up. Oh. ByuN maybe not expecting Shameless to be here on the map just yet with a Stalker. And it was mostly to secure the probe's position to take the third. Widow Mines are going to drop into the... Oh. Okay, he'll just let them fire. Probe's in the corner. Shameless was on top of it, though. And ByuN is just going to kind of accept the fact that he only gets one hit. One probe per mine. And just one mineral patch. He does manage... Or, pardon me, one mineral line pull. He does manage to save one of the mines, one of the medevacs, but Very low on HP. Highly unlikely he'll be able to get in and get more value. Honestly, at this point, with a path out, I would just say retreat with the medevac. It doesn't feel like you're really gaining any value by keeping this here. The only thing would be hiding a Widow Mine behind this middle line while you push out, maybe. But I feel like even at that point, you could potentially go home. I feel like more than anything, actually, as I talk about this, Hero is the reason ByuN is not retreated with this medevac. Hero goes hunting medevacs to the end of the earth. Or in this case, the end of Sanctuary 3. But Shameless isn't the same level of tenacity when it comes to hunting down medevacs. Once again, memes are good, but I do want to make sure everybody remembers, like, we want good vibes. We want good vibes here as much as possible. I know I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I get real ragey on the ladder. I'm trying to be better, but, you know, I'm not perfect. Okay, here comes that drop back in. And it will actually be able to... Oh, for a second, I thought he might be able to retarget on these probes down here and get like 5 or 6 of them. But it ends up being 1 probe. And he does force a little bit of lost mining time. Nominal, but better than nothing. Now I feel like this is where you would want to hide the medevac more than anything. Oh, but Shameless is actually not going to find it. And, okay. ByuN scans the Observer, kills it. And is now moving out with a big army. He's got 2 tanks. He's got a couple of mines. Shameless does have a bunch of charge lots, which is obviously going to be good at dealing with the tanks in theory. We need to record this clip and send it to Stead after PvZ game. No! I'll cuss myself out. I know I will. I'll be so mad at me. Shameless is taking a 4th Nexus, but ByuN does not have a 3rd CC on the way yet. This is a kind of similar situation to the previous game. Ooh, force fields could be decent here. God, those are some big mine hits. Siege tanks adding a lot of value in the back as well. Nexus very low on HP. It's dropping like a stone. Gonna force Shameless to engage once again. The Widow Mine does show up. ByuN just standing his ground, recognizing, yeah, I've got way too much DPS for your army to fight. And I think ByuN is going to be able to close this one out here and now. GG. Shameless was not able to contest the army as it crossed the map. Got into an amazing position for ByuN. And ByuN just saw what he had, which was a game-winning fight in the making. Good job from ByuN to not, like, I guess, over-micro and not over-complicate a good situation. That's what SC2 needs if it wants a little boost. Which part? Caster fast and ladder fast are 2 sides of a coin. Yeah, it is true. It is true. It's definitely a Smeagol and Gollum kind of situation sometimes. Smeagol. Smeagol. XQC? Wait, is that on a like live stream? Like, is that recent? That's what SE needs more of. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But is that a recent thing, or is that... something that happened a while ago? Oh, 2 years ago. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean... EWC Clem? Ah, okay. Bum. Indian Steadfast? What? Oh my god. You can't... No, what's... No! Insane. You can't... No. Gonna hide my hair down here now. Nope. Just... Okay. It's fine. It's a pimple. We're old. Games ebb and flow based on content. It's true. It is wild. It is absolutely wild. YouTube popping off hard. I didn't even make sense to me for a moment. Got absolutely blasted. You did it, chat. All right. Oh. Shameless might have been AFK for a little bit there. He didn't start his probe right away. I'm surprised he wouldn't ask for a regame, honestly. Missing your probe for the first, 6-7 seconds is quite significant. Needful fast, level best fast. All right, spawning up the top left. It is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN in the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for the Stalny Balls. It is Shameless in the blue. I remember Clem clicking 15 Banes under a pack of Mutas. Never seen something like this. Him getting older, switching more on the macro part. I don't know that I've ever seen that one. Oh my god. No. This is me. Instead of being like, oh, I'll wait till it's not that much of a thing. It was literally just a tiny little blackhead or something. And as you do sometimes, you're like, well, let me turn this into much more of a problem. Oh, what's this tiny unnoticeable blemish I have? Let me see if I can make this 15 times worse. Ah, damn. I didn't. I only made it 35 times worse. I don't think less confident and prefer to split now so much as like it takes a lot to get to that level, you know, and to maintain that level. That doesn't always have to need to be your go-to either. By the way, we are going to see a third CC coming in from ByuN. Very fast third CC. It's almost certainly going to be a third CC 3 racks. Yeah. ByuN's a big fan of that version of the 3 racks. Meanwhile, Stargate. And Shameless is not going for a quick sentry, which means no fast hallucination scout. It's going to be tough for him to figure out what's going on. If he opens Oracle, okay, that is a higher chance that he will get right into the main and figure out what's going on quickly, which is a good thing. And the potential to find actual worker damage is decent. You're embracing your inner Ravager. Been there, my man. Yep. More Lings in the mix. Also a good point, yeah. You are putting a lot of pressure on yourself to, like, perform perfectly when you play that way. Oh, look at that. Maestros the game right on the ramp. We do have the Oracle coming in. Marines, well, one of them does get taken down, but just one. It is getting... Oh, shooting the CC is quite funny. Adepts on the other side are acting as a distraction. He gets a second Marine and an SCV with the Adepts. Oracle in the main is going to find an opening before the missile turret completes, and he'll get, ooh, 3 more SCVs. And gets out of there. That's very good for Shameless. Shameless, meanwhile, is opening up with a very quick blink. Third Nexus. Forge. And +1. This isn't exactly the Zest build of old that I was frankly in love with for a long time. But it is a pretty cool play. He actually has on 2 additional gates. Might try and get aggressive with the Blinky boys. Honestly, with how late the medevacs are going to be, I don't hate this one bit. I mean, you know your opponent's gone third CC. You know that they're going to be playing, well, heavy eco focus. And if Shameless can just find some good value with the Blink Stalkers, after getting the nice little bit of early damage, this could be really nice for him. Zergs are better at splitting Zerglings and Banelings than before also. That's true, too. I would love to be one of those Zergs. I am not. Oh. Wow, he actually did cancel the Shade. Nice. Oh, even a second Forge coming in from Shameless. Sentry added in for the Guardian Shield. Oh, there's actually already a second sentry. Or a first sentry. That was the second. ByuN did kind of hide behind the bunkers, so Shameless not able to find any free picks, it seems. But Shameless is actually up in army supply at the moment. However, ByuN is up a worker, which is... I mean, look at this benchmark right now is crazy. 62 SCVs before the 7-minute mark in a TVP. While having a large army as well, like a big army. Oh, this stasis trap. Good job from ByuN. Triggers the stasis without blocking the CC. Would have been very easy to get baited into that. And have the CC blocked for a while. And then, you know, it's actually Shameless pulling ahead Well, yeah, I would say maintaining his eco lead. Actually, is it even maintaining? ByuN's got more workers. I really wish Shameless had done more with the Blink Stalkers after seeing the 3rd CC. He had a lot of freedom, but he hasn't exercised it. Now, what he has done is get a crazy number of upgrades. And ByuN is not prepared to fight an army that has 2 more upgrades than he does. This actually looks incredibly good for Shameless right now if he waits for the +2 attack. Guardian Shield is going to get popped. ByuN scans ahead. He might not be expecting +2 weapons to be almost done. Shameless just now getting a Robo Bay. And a second Robo. Okay. I don't think he's been playing double Robo this series yet. I think most of what he's done has been off single Robo. I do like the strategic flexibility, especially when he is kind of under the gun. Oh, those are some decent force fields. +2 weapons now completing. Widow Mines, they do okay against the Zealots. Pretty decent, in fact. Meanwhile, Zealots on the other side are going to mostly get cleaned up. They get a few SCVs, though. Stalker count. I mean, these are really well-upgraded gateway units. Guardian Shield Sentry does get taken out, though. Probe's going to try and pull. ByuN is ahead in army supply. Shameless, I feel like if he takes the fights he'd been taking before, his Zealots would have been so much more effective. But now it is ByuN surging forward. Oh, the army is very low on HP. And this will be a cleanup now. Fine. Okay, this is what I was expecting the whole time with a 2-upgrade advantage. Good job from Shameless to stabilize there. ByuN going a little bit too far. A little bit too hard in the paint. Scan looking for the gold base. Actually finds the prism incidentally. It's very fortunate for ByuN. Very unfortunate for Shameless. I guess it is... Oh, it is pretty challenging to flank from the right side, but he could have flanked from the left, maybe. 2-2 now done for Shameless, and 3-3 on the way. ByuN does have a 4th command center about to land here. Adept kind of sees it. No AoE again. It is pretty tough to fight Bio, even with the upgrade advantage. If they're in a good, tight position, there's Widow Mine supporting, keeping the charge lots from flooding. No surround, and no splash. It's a lot of circumstances, but it was achieved. Like, that is what we just saw. ByuN making sure Shameless hasn't taken a bunch of bases. Scouting pylons on the map. Really good vision here for Shameless. This is not that big of an army for ByuN. He's got to be really careful. But he does get a pretty decent start to the skirmish. I feel like he didn't lose anything, actually. Come on, battle report. Oh, it's focused on the pylon. 3 Zealots and a Stalker. Clears out a couple scouting pylons. Yeah, that's pretty decent. A couple of Widow Mines now for vision and a little bit of map control, if not a crazy amount. Oh, he killed the Oracle. Oh, that's a mega mine. Absolutely massive find. Scan comes in from ByuN. Doesn't see the army of Shameless. Oh, sees it now. Colossus are very close to the army. They've got their... No, they don't have extended thermal lance. He forgot it. Oh, that means it is actually a very awkward position where otherwise it's only 6 Vikings to 4 Colossus. Pardon me. +3 armor going to complete in a moment. And it will get done before the fight. It's a 3 upgrade advantage. But the lack of the range on the Colossus hurting so much right now. and allowing ByuN to kite much more effectively than I would have expected. ByuN now desperately needs to avoid a fight until his own 3-2 upgrades complete. I mean, at minimum, he needs the +2 armor. At minimum. Otherwise, the Colossus are going to destroy everything he's got. Fortunately, Extended Thermal Lance doesn't kick in until after that +2 armor completes. But I still feel like you really do want that +3 attack as well. Being 2 upgrades down is still super, super painful. Colossus do get forced back, though, by the Vikings. And 2 of the Colossus go down rather quickly. Really good positioning from ByuN with those Vikings. Good pullback on the Colossus, but ByuN just disengages with the Vikings and lets the Bio take care of the rest. Now the Colossus does show up, but this feels like a pretty good jump for ByuN. That did come at the cost of a lot of Vikings right there. Shameless is going after them as aggressively as he can. And now going to be able to, even after the Colossus falls, he actually gets like 4 Viking kills. ByuN, though, taking an army supply advantage. And Shameless is not crazy rich. He does have a really good income. Really good mineral income. That gold base is paying dividends. And he's even getting in towards +2 shields, which... Ooh, I wonder if that could be money better spent somewhere else. I'm always a big fan of adding all the upgrades, to be fair. But this might be one of the situations where maybe faster DTs or an extra Robo, an extra Prism might be a little bit of a better allocation. Only because he hasn't had that crazy eco that he's had in a lot of the other games. EMP didn't connect super amazing. Now he gets a decent one. Vikings did go down. There's just one Colossus. It's a really good concave at the top of the ramp from Shameless, but there's a lot of Marauders in the back. Unfortunately, that means the Marines are in the front. And the Colossus does find pretty decent value. ByuN, unfortunately, I think just shot down his own medevac. Oopsie. Yep. God, so many Zealots dying, though. Decent trades from ByuN, but not anywhere near as good as we saw on 10,000 feet. Hey, there's the +2 ship weapons. We didn't see that in Game 1. Meanwhile, though, DTs are going to get into the natural. They don't have Blink.
It's getting too hot.
It's getting too hot, evidently. That Marine agrees. It is literally charred. We're going back to charred. Ooh, decent positioning from Shameless, but ByuN's got a pretty nice concave off of it. Losses number 1 does fall. Liberator in the back is really hard to get at. It's so well placed for this fight. Observer overhead sees the army of ByuN. I think Shameless has to give up this base. But you know he doesn't want to. Ah, no, the Colossus does show up. Vikings going to try and land on top of the Stalkers. Another Colossus joining the fight again. He must have been on double Robo in the first game. He must have been. EMP hits that Colossus, will take down the shields. Oh my god, it stays alive for so long. Finally, the Vikings get a shot that takes it out. And it looks like Shameless holding the base for as long as he can. But not going to be able to hold it any longer. I think if he gives it up earlier, he doesn't take as many of these rough trades that he just took in the last little bit. ByuN charging forward. Disruptor fired from very far back. Not going to connect, and now the tech is revealed. And ByuN can be a lot more careful. Probes are going to get massacred at this base. Liberators being produced in decent numbers as well. Attempt to intercept reinforcements is not bad, but it's not enough. DT's going to try and warp in. ByuN can't just target down the Dark Shrine. He already killed the pylon here. Oh, actually, there's the scan. Going to be able to kill these DTs as well. And getting that Dark Shrine is very, very nice. ByuN handled the DTs in the back quite well as well. And after an epic series, it looks like we are finally going to see a little bit too much out of ByuN and a little bit too little out of Shameless. Shameless going to keep fighting. I mean, this is his last chance. It's not like staying in the game is going to, you know, exhaust him or whatever. Like, if he loses this, he is out of Maestros of the game. ByuN, though, on the same token, knows he just needs to win this one. Just needs to make sure he doesn't get ambushed by disruptors. Scans ahead to make sure there are no ruptors in the army. Oh, I love the constant scans. That's such a smart decision. And even though he didn't snipe the ruptor, he still got the advanced warning about it. Stutter steps very far forward for the attempted snipe on the ruptors. He is forced to kind of retreat a little bit, but it's still good enough for ByuN. Shameless did a really good job of staggering the ruptor shots there. Oh, and this one gets avoided well enough as well. And now Shameless falling below 100 supply. And ByuN is... I think he knows it too, is pretty much on mostly mop-up duty. But Shameless is like, no, we're not done yet. We're not done yet, you and me. Snipes a couple medevacs. However, ByuN answers with 6 more on the production tab. And these are high-energy output medevacs as well. High-energy rate medevacs. ByuN does need a new base. He's, like, not mining a crazy amount. But he's gearing up for that. Got a 6th command center on the way. Honestly, even now, like, a couple miracle disruptor hits, and this game could theoretically still turn around. But that kind of disappears and goes out the window if ByuN kills these bases on the bottom left, and he will get one of them for sure. Command center trying to fly to the gold, actually. But it is going to be protected. SCVs that were getting ready to transfer over here will end up just repairing the orbital. ByuN electing to bring the other army back home. And he doesn't need to force a base trade. Shameless knows it. He knows he needed a lot more than this. And ByuN does manage to complete the series victory. Not a sweep. And certainly not an easy match. But it is a victory. That is what he needed most of all. Damn, very well done by ByuN. Well done. Oh, Fractal. Oh, Fractal. Fractal Cactal. And that's going to bring us to our final series of the day, which is going to be Cure versus Trigger. Oh, I'm excited for this one. I mean, we've already had 2 very good TVPs today. And hopefully this one lives up to what the other 2 have kind of previewed, I guess. Kudos to Shameless. He really fought well there. ByuN, though? Yeah. He earned that one for sure. All right. We will be back in a few minutes. Not exactly sure how long it will be. But we'll put like 10 minutes. Hello and welcome back. It is time for the last series of the play-ins. Gonna see who joins the other players, who makes it in, who will be the enterer. Is that right? No, that doesn't sound right at all. Doesn't sound good or right. Who will be joining the other players for the group stage to secure the top 16? I kind of like this. This is a little bit like relegation. It's actually exactly what it's like. We've already seen Skilless, Percival, Maru, Lambo, Shin, Rogue make it through. 3 Zergs, 3 Terrans, 1 Protoss. Can David Kim do it again? The age-old question. Will Trigger beat Cure? 2 Team Liquid players and 2 Basilisk players already in. That is a neat little comparison, yeah. Yeah. To Shopify as well. But I mean, they're not represented here. 2 Basilisk already from the beginning. Two Team Liquid. That is really cool. I didn't even notice that. Who will get the most players in? That's cool. Look at you, Potato Wizard. Look at you. Hey, look at us. Nobody betting on Trigger just yet. Nobody believing in the power of Protoss. In the pop. By the way, Magnath, welcome, and also... Huh? Magnath doing a bit of farming himself. In the chat. Cure red, Trigger blue all the time. Interesting, even though Cure is... Oh, I guess it's where they put them. Okay. That makes sense. God, I am tired, man. I need some eep. Need some eep. Here we go. Final series of the day. This is the one I think everybody was waiting for. All right, let's get into it. Hey, welcome, Jinkai Shi. Hope you're doing well. Spawning up in the top right for Basilisk, it is Trigger. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Team Liquid, it's Cure. In the red, Trigger. Flashing a little bit of signs of hero here with the instant probe scout. Oh. Cure taking the barracks in a position that makes it very difficult to harass the SCV. But already that first SCV forced away. A lot of damage on the second one, too. Trigger turns around, gives the third SCV just a little kiss with the taser kiss. Oh, reaction time. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, cute little depot micro. Trigger looking to be as much of a nuisance as possible. And he is doing a good job. I genuinely think this is probably one of the most underrated hero plays And you'd think that with him doing it basically all the time, like maybe as much as half of his games, and that he wins PvT as much as he does, that there might have been something to this play. But it feels like all other Protoss players are like, nah. I'm not going to pretend like, you know, it's the greatest place in sliced bread. But it's pretty darn good. Gets under your opponent's skin. Sees any proxy as it's crossing the map. Most of the time. Not always. Most of the time. And it gives you insanely fast scouting information regardless. Now, Cure, he is a cool customer. Takes a lot to get under his skin. Not impossible. But I don't really know if I remember the last time I can think of him being like flustered in a big match. Like flustered to the point where you're like, wow, that was a huge misplay that he just made. Oh, good save on the one probe. Saves everything. Good job. First Adept is going to get across the map. Trigger will pick the fight with a Hellion. He can shade forward, and he'll do exactly that. These two SCVs are one-shottable, but no! Oh, man, you cannot go through the middle line. You can't expect that Trick Cure is just going to let you do that. Ends up being just one SCV for the Adept. I love that he set up for this. And I love that he shaded forward, but going through the middle line, unfortunately, was not it. And now it is 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions. Rip roaring across the map. There's no wall. There will be shield batteries up at each base, though. And that is going to make it difficult to find damage. You can out-DPS the battery with these units, with enough of them. But as 2 of them do get taken down, now Trigger's going to be able to save the rest of his probes, I think. Oh, okay. He is forced to energy recharge. So that's something. Cure does force out a little bit of Nexus energy there. Oh, my God. Don't. Oh, that probe. Yo. The Gatekeeper probe. Already a very impressive early game from both. Just little moves that are quite nice. Really love the probe on the ramp. That was cool as hell. Double mine drop on the right side. Cure is... like I said, he's cool as a cucumber, man. Now, both players a little bit supply blocked here. But not terrible for either of them. Blink not yet done. Wood of Mines will manage to burrow up here and at the very least forced a little bit of lost mining. Oh, that was a little bit dangerous here for Trigger, but he does manage to avoid eating the big shots. Just putting these probes into the gas. Trigger going to keep this medevac trapped in the top right. There are enough Stalkers here to one-shot it at the moment, but he can just leave 2. I feel like he was baiting there a little bit. I feel like he was trying to bait. Adept does get taken down. Stalker's barely getting through the vision blockers in time to start contesting this army and honestly also see where it is. Raven on the other side, going to be a bit of a distraction here. It is incredibly crucial that you have good Blink Stalker micro against these pushouts. That is kind of a necessity. Got to be able to kite those down quickly. Scan comes in. Trigger checking. Hey, does that mean you're moving up? Nope, means he's moving back. But Trigger can't know that. So that's why he kind of checks in with the Stalkers. I like that. Auto turret in the natural is going to be... No, he let the probes go back to mining a little too early, so he ends up losing a second probe there. Small mistake, but a little unfortunate. Trigger does have an interesting approach to things. He doesn't want the workers to, like, leave the mineral line area. He stacks them up, which I do find kind of cool. He's got a Colossus already out, and Extended Thermal Lance is on the way. Building a Prism. Huh. We have seen some very impressive Warp Prism micro displayed by Trigger. No Forge yet, but a 4th base. 4th base before Forge is... That feels kind of crazy, honestly. Like, you do need Forge upgrades to be able to play a macro game against Terran. That's not anything new. No concussive shells done yet, so the Stalkers will escape out despite a little bit of a clunky blink. Probe pull this time into the natural is good enough to save all but one probe. Zealot charge is done. That's going to force a big stim. Zealots will get on top of the tanks. Cure going to try and hot pick up out of there with 2 of the tanks. He will successfully disengage, but this already feels pretty scary. Big Widowmine shots, but not big enough to break the momentum of Trigger. Trigger is going to try and push this one. He's going to try and push the issue. He's got a second Colossus showing up as well as Extended Thermal Lance. Raven on the other side, just trying, I feel like, to slow this down as much as anything. Widow Mines. Oh, it's going to hit a Stalker clump very hard. Tanks do get taken out, though. I think that blink was not it. I think that blink was a huge mistake. Oh, my God. Trigger's going to get crushed now. He tried to force the issue very hard into this natural, but Cure just didn't really panic. Pre-spread his army, and that Widow Mine did so much work. And now Trigger's massively on the back foot. I think he was faking the 4th as much as anything, because he's just now started to probe up a little bit. Really didn't saturate it. Was trying to draw Cure into an overcommitment, it seems. Oh, blink forward. Oof, good avoidance. And a hot pickup saves the Stalker from the Widowmine. I mean, because he's on 4 Nexus, there's still technically a chance, but he's going to have some insane Colossus Prism micro. First Colossus does go down. Second one is low on HP. It's not being lifted up yet. In fact, Cure changes targets to the Prism, which means that the Colossus just absolutely ripped the army apart. So many charred bodies there. Cure going a little bit too far on the counterattack, and all of a sudden it's Trigger that is right back in this game in terms of army supply. Nice job from Trigger. That was a really good fight for him. Cure retargeting the mine. And wait, was that a medevac that got... It was? Oh, wow. Trigger targeted down a medevac. Good job. +1 weapons will kick in. Our +1 armor was queued up, so it immediately fires up. Is there no Prism? He does have one. He's crossing the map right now. Cure is pressed hard right now. He's in some trouble. He's only on 3 medevacs. This game looked kind of doomed for Trigger after that one really bad fight. But Cure was not able to get it done with the counterattack. And Trigger got a really, really good fight with the Colossus, thanks to the threat, funnily enough, of the Prism Micro. Now SCV is going to try and pull Vikings. Oh, man, so many SCVs pulling. Most of them actually, well, some of them away from the Zealots. Prism Micro does save the Colossus for a moment. Now, though, you see Trigger getting, well, pushed back very, very hard. Oh, that poor Immortal might end up just getting chased down into nothing. 40 SCVs have gone down. If Trigger gets back home and gets out just a few more units, he will have this game locked up. Immortal turns around, actually kills 2 low health Marauders. I like that a lot. I mean, I think Trigger's going to have this anyways. So many Zealots here. Cure has a 1 upgrade advantage, but he just doesn't have the units, doesn't have the HP, most importantly, on them. Liberator? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think a slow siege is going to work is the problem. He's trying to rebuild at least 1 or 2 SCVs, but I think he lost way too many there. The Zealot run by on the 3rd base while all that was happening was so valuable. And Trigger is now evened out the... Actually, no, he has not evened out the upgrades. Cure got +2 attack during all this, even though he does have the double engineering bay. Obviously, he doesn't have the money for +2 armor now. And he, I'm guessing, didn't have it then, when he could have theoretically started it. But he goes for it now. I think we need more units before we can maybe think about that. Liberator is going to try and stiffen the position. Colossus are trying to be avoided, but they are getting kills with every hit at this point. Every attack is raking kills, just because the army is so overstimmed. Time to turtle. I don't know that there's any amount of turtling that's going to hold on if Trigger executes the attacks correctly. He gets around the Liberator. Good kiting from Kier. There is a lot of bio here. Zealots are honestly not super valuable in the fight right now until their charges come out back off cooldown. Trigger doing a good job of kind of waiting each of them out. Each stim gets worse and worse for Cure. But Trigger doing a good job of timing that last set of charge to just completely overwhelm the position. Cure not able to hold on, and Trigger takes game 1. GG's. Yeah, I feel like my brain is starting to cross itself over in like a weird way. Oh, Trigger's doing something cool. Oh, he's doing something dope. All right, look at this. Spawning down to the bottom right for Basilisk. Get his Trigger. And he's sending in another early probe. And this is, he set the table with the first one. He's doing something funky in the second. Spawning up the top left, it's Team Liquid's Cure. Probe gonna make it look like it is for harassment only. But it was 2 probes out onto the map. And he is going to force Cure to put this barracks in a bad spot. And then we proxy, baby. Now, this is significantly more committed than normal, but it's got a lot of potential. And it's double gate, baby. I don't know that I've seen Trigger do this before, but if this manages to put him up 2-0, well, might be the best timing for it ever. Maybe not ever. World Championship Finals would be a pretty damn good timing. Terran players don't scout often anymore. They just don't. They don't believe in it. They think, I need the money. I can defend anything. But makes things tough sometimes. Now, he can start a core. He can start 2 zealots. Don't need to chrono him right away. Trigger is just checking in. This was a check for the Marine timing. So it's not suspicious, but what it does is give him information about the wall. Now, where does Cure look with the Reaper? That is very important. If he goes straight across the map, this could be... Well, this could be doomed for him, actually. Oh, he's going low ground CC. He's checking for a probe just sitting at the natural. This is as bad as it gets. I think you see no Nexus, you need to instantly cancel the CC. Bunker on the high ground. No question. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Even closes the wall. Oh. If he doesn't do this, he's probably instantly cooked. Shield battery will complete shortly for Trigger. It's not done yet. There's an opportunity to kill 1 or 2 probes aggressively. Oh, very good grenade right there. And that is a kill. The thing is, the bunker's not done yet. Zealots providing high ground vision. SCV's going to get targeted. There is a little bit of split target fire coming in here from Trigger. Widowmine kills both Zealots. Oh, that's big. Reaper in some trouble. He does get into the bunker, though. Widowmine not available to fire just yet. There's a Marine and a Reaper inside this bunker. Another Marine can pop in. Trigger taking a lot of damage on one of the Stalkers. So far, this is fine for Cure. Oh my god, that tech lab. Ooh, Adept. Uh-oh. Providing a high ground vision. That is going to be not a kill. He didn't finish. God, Trigger, why? Can he still get it? He might still be able to. Oh yeah, he will. Easily. Never mind. This is fine. All part of the plan. I panicked for nothing. Me when reacting to a new patch video. I'm just kidding. I'm not really, but I am a little. Reaper on the other side of the map is just hanging a boot, and we'll get a second probe kill. That wasn't even controlled by Cure. He just put it in a good spot. I don't think it was controlled by Cure, at least. Now, you see, yeah, he didn't have the red circle. Trigger does have the Nexus done, and Cure just started his CC. So this one base tech, this one base Banshee out of Cure needs to get value. I want to believe Hero deserves credit for Protoss' strategic diversity. 100%. 100% he does. He deserves a crazy amount of credit for it. I agree. You want to believe, and you are absolutely allowed to believe that. And I think you should. Oh, Stalkers. Hidden in the shrubs. Get the kill on the Reaper. Quite nice. Other Reaper. This has been the... Oh, man. Good micro on the probe here. Unfortunately, the ring around the Rosie is causing quite a kerfuffle. And he gets another probe. Forces so much lost mining time for just a single Reaper. Oh, that grenade was gnarly. Nasty. Can he get away? No, he's going to dive back in. If he went straight for the cliff, he maybe gets away. There's going to be an observer in a moment as the cloaked Banshee shows up. Oh, he didn't pre-cloak. Observer is here, though. God, this is going to be a lot of damage. That's really, really nice for Cure. Did he just not cloak at all? Am I crazy? I don't think he did. Charge is done. Oh, wow. Cure sieging the tanks. He smells something. I don't know if he sees no probes producing or what. But he sniffed an attack. How did he know? That is incredible game sense. Oh, he might have seen a lack of gas mining in the main. The fact that Cure bunkers down on one base, hunkers down, and bunkers down. Wow, no bunkers, actually. Just hunker. Oh my god, the read is incredible. Cure seems miles ahead. Now he is absolutely miles ahead. The only thing is, he needs to stick to his guns and recognize that he's made the right call. Guardian Shield, by the way, does not affect the number of Banshee shots it takes to kill a probe. Yeah, it's a little awkward. It's 11 damage per, like, part of an attack. And it attacks twice, so it's still doing 10 damage. Sorry, wait, what? Wait, my brain. Wait. No, never mind. Guardian Shield should affect it. So apparently the Banshees... Oh, wow. I never knew that. I would have thought each missile actually applies, but apparently not. Even though they're separate damage instances. Either way, here come the charge lots. There's so many Marines on the high ground. There are a lot of charge lots, but the tanks are going to put work on them. Banshee's coming back in. Oh my god, it's so much damage. There's no detection. The Observer was so far out of position, he gets 6 probes on the counter. I'll make it a 7th. Cure reaching into the cookie jar. Yum, 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 yum. Absolutely incredible play from Cure in this game. Defense excellent against the... First misplay in the game, in my opinion. A little overstim. But, yeah, that's GG. With that many Marines, you might kill 2 Zealots. Or, sorry, 2 Marines before the Zealots all die. GG. Well done by Cure. That was rough. Yeah, but simultaneously incredibly impressive out of Cure. Like, recognizing that what Trigger's game plan was, that it's like, oh, you're actually going for a bust on when I land the natural. Oh, weird. He sees nothing with his Banshees. Yeah, I mean, nothing in defense. And 2 additional gates. Very, very tough to recognize what was going on, but he did a great job. All right, quick minute of ads. Welcome, Fulminate. IRL went outside. Congratulations. A good choice. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 All right. Already this series has had some pretty cool stuff happening. Hopefully that continues. Spawning up at the top left, it is Team Liquid's Cure. In the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for Basilisk, it is Trigger. In the blue. It would have been very easy for Cure to go to the low ground prematurely. And get absolutely blasted with it. One factor we should also consider is that Cure might have already played against this on the KR ladder versus Trigger. 100%. Or Hero did it to him once. Or Nightmare used to do a build similar to that. I don't think he did the early probe scout with it. But Cure just did an excellent job of recognizing, what do I need to do in this situation? What is the Protoss macro capable of if he's macroing? Oh, you don't have as many probes as you're supposed to. You have two gateways at home. And doing the math from there. When the Protoss is sus. And Cure could not have done a better job of sussing out what was up. It's entirely possible that he played against that, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 times before. Haha. Oh. Hero is always suspicious as all hell when he plays. Yeah, yeah. Which makes it so difficult to play against him. He's always suspicious. Now, that has done a few things. It has made being tricky very difficult for other players because trying to pull the wool over someone else's eyes is really tough. But it's also made players like Cure really good at spotting. This kind of shenanigans, you know, that we saw in game number 2. Low Kirk genuinely? Low Kirk... What? I don't know. I think we're starting to approach the old school days of Delirious Steadfast. Grenade's going to do a nice job of knocking... Well, just saying, don't come near me. Don't punch my lunch. Oh, what was... Oh, okay, for the Hellions. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Sneeze successful. Oh, grenade successful. Knocks the sentry out of the way. And because the force field wasn't available, well, he could drop it now. Now. Doesn't want to. Probes will pull. This is a lot of damage. Cure setting himself up almost to get another nice shot, but there was no space for it. Still, that was a really nice grenade. Punishing the fact that the force field had been used earlier. I really don't like that he didn't drop a force field here. He could have dropped a force field here with the sentry once it got up. It got like to 52 energy or something. Drop a force field here, pull the probes away. And then maybe he only loses like 2 workers. Definitely worth it to save 3 or 4 workers when you are going for that. Always. Oh my god, is there no... Wait, is there an observer? There is. Where is it? Cloak is now done. Oh, it's right here. It's literally right here. Oh, big mistake. Blink finishing just in the nick of time. That's very good for Trigger. Only losing 1 probe for the first Cloak Banshee. Well, that is a tale of 2 Banshees, I'll say that. And I'm sure that is one of the many reasons why, or maybe not many, but one of the reasons why Cure figured out what he did. It's like, you didn't have any defense. You did not have any defense at all. Banshee number 2 does show up. Will find a... Oh, well... Undefended, but not unprotected mineral line. Shield battery able to keep those probes alive. Only got 1. Oh, that Banshee is in an exposed position. Oh, and Trigger might be able to kill it, actually. Actually, hang on. Is there even dead airspace here? There is, but just barely, and he just barely gets to it. Oof. That was close. Oh, look at that. Cure actually selecting one of Trigger's stalkers there. Trigger, I don't think he noticed. As long as he doesn't F2 away at some point. That is a dead Banshee. It just doesn't realize it yet. But it's occupying not just the stalker, also the observer. Ooh, double forge coming in behind this from Trigger. I like that. I like that as a mix-up. I love it as a play. It's low-key plus genuinely plus Kirk in the middle, like from Captain Kirk, because why not? Sure. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down. 4th base done for Trigger. He's on 69 probes. Nice. Good worker count. Already has Zealot Charge done. Only 6 gates, interestingly enough, and still hasn't added on additional ones. Instead electing to get a lot more defensive infrastructure, more probes. Should be starting to add gateways now. Maybe go straight up to 10. Oh, double drop on this single drop on this 3rd base. Gonna be able to find a decent number of probes. Cure? Ah, he's gonna save the medevac here. Well, that's not bad at all now, is it there? Oh, just gonna barely clear this hedge. Hedge? I don't know. High ground. Whatever. Very nice little move. A little bit of lost mining time. 6 probes. Cure is 25 army supply up because Trigger, once again, is prioritizing eco and infrastructure very hard. Actually, not even prioritizing infrastructure. 2 more Nexus. Trigger is playing this as though Cure can't push out. And I know that a lot of Terran players believe that Terran cannot push out onto the map. And honestly, it's entirely possible that Trigger has enough army to contest a move out. But this feels a little bit brazen. A little bit brazen. I suppose he did deal with the first Banshee. He corralled the second. There's just not like a crazy amount of vision on Cure's side of the map more than anything. And that makes me worried for the fact that he stayed on 6 and now 7 gateways for as long as he did. But now he's going up to 12 gates. A second robo. His 2-2 is well on the way. And I certainly do not hate this for Trigger now. It was a little bit of a gamble. No 2 ways about it. But now he's got a gold base and 6 Nexus. Yeehaw. Unfortunately, didn't actually send even enough probes to fully saturate this base. Should send, like, at least 4 or 5 more. Surely. Surely. He is maxed out, though. 85 probes. Now he's got a good kind of... What do you call this? Ring of vision? Yeah. Decent little ring of vision around Cure. Cure is getting towards a 4th command center. Doesn't want to take that base too early and put himself into trouble. Trigger may try and go with his 2-2 and attempt to bust the Terran. He is going crazy with the gates. Okay, this is like that one Home Story Cup where Protoss players started going up to like 20 plus gates. Stats might have... Was Stats the first player to do it? I remember he did it versus Clem, and it worked pretty damn well. We are going to see Trigger blinking in aggressively. There is some pretty good positioning behind this. This did find the 2-2 versus 1-1 timing. But, I don't know, that was a lot of units going down. Trigger is looking to utilize this insane production that he's got. Zealots are mincing the SCVs down. Even as Trigger loses the Prism, loses a lot of army supply. He's killed a crap ton of SCVs. Cure might be able to push across the map now. But if he does, there's the potential for 40 army supply to be warped in a single warp in. Speaking of which, there we go. 19 Zealots. That is 38 army supply. Cure recognizing, well, that was a really good fight for me. You lost a crap ton of stuff. But there's a gold base on this map. You've had a lot of freedom so far. Oh, Trigger. Okay, is he actually teching up? He did get Storm. 6 gases is still not a crazy amount. He hasn't actually even saturated them. Cure adding on +3 weapons. Spotter pylon on the top right. Cure is just slowly adding units into his composition here. Spending every bit of cash as he gets it. 7 Vikings. Not a crazy number. Trigger needs to... Okay, never mind. He is going to try and do something with the Zealots. I was going to say he needs to do something with them. That's exactly what he's going to aim to do. Does shoot his own Zealot with a Ruptor. Just one, though. Cure. Oh, my God. That was a very good defensive fight for him. Sheesh. Prisms trying to get into the main base. Oh, if these Vikings find both Prisms, that'd be amazing. Gets one. Second one actually maybe getting, well, definitely getting miscontrolled. Sent back in. And does go down. Colossus now going down as well. All of a sudden, even though Trigger is so rich, even after the warp in and a decent amount of bank spent, he is super far behind in army supply. 40 army supply down. And I love just going after a base. Trigger lost way too much there. God, that is a lot of reinforcements, though. Cutting off some of the units of Cure. Storm does show up. It gets a decent connection on a few Marines. Oh, Disruptor does connect. 4 kills. Could have been a lot worse. Cure's got to be careful about going too far right now. He is down in upgrades. Stim just expired, and now you know your opponent has Storm. Trigger, meanwhile, taking 2 more bases on the left side. Scan comes in, sees the army. Oh. EMP does connect, and that actually means no energy recharge on that Templar. It's fully drained. Nexus falls. Trigger, is he going to chase good money with bad? Or bad money with good? I don't know, whatever the expression is. Well, is it even... he's got so much supply. Cure's trying to kite back, but a lot of ghosts going down. All the medevacs getting taken down. Never mind. Trigger cleans up so much of this. He chases bad money with good. Whatever the good version of that is. I don't even know. That went extremely well for Trigger. Not the losing of the base, but the killing of as much of the army as he got. Now, it is a 5-base Terran now. And Trigger's economy has been hit pretty hard. Needs to transfer some probes around. Hopefully he's doing so. Oh, Zealots just charging right on top of the planetary. And they will burn right through it. God damn. Well, Trigger evidently was never in any danger. He just steamrolls through now. And Cure is going to be forced to tap out. Wow. That was the killbot strategy, no doubt about it. I send wave after wave of my own men at them. The killbats, god damn it. You see, the killbots have a preset kill limit. So I sent wave after wave of my own zealots at them. Until the killbots hit their preset limit and shut down. That was the Zealot printer. For real, for real. Zealot printer. Printer. Bum, 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 bum. Damn, Cure not making it into the main event. I mean, either of them not making it in the main event would be pretty big deal. A meat grinder. Zap's Zealot Rush. Zap Brannigan. Yeah. All right, Verdant Temple here. Potentially the final game of the day. Unless this gentleman can turn it around. For Team Liquid, it is Cure. In the red here on Verdant Temple. And back to another very early probe. It is Basilisk's Trigger. In the blue. I am the man with no name. Zap Brannigan at your service. God, that's so funny. Probe getting across the map, being quite a nuisance already. A nuisance. As opposed to Nuit Blanche. We'll halt the Protoss. We'll halt them. All of them. But they'll have to make so many probes and so many bases. But then they'll just make zealots. But tank pushes is hard to deal with for the Protoss, no?
They can just warp in blink stalkers and make immortals. They scouts whatever they wants us.
At this rate, we're going to get shield regen nerfed. Oh, probe. I think he missed a stutter step. Oopsie. Oh, did Trigger turn back around? Am I crazy? Is this a janky ramp? Does it take longer to travel up vertically? Am I tripping? I don't even know. Hey, thank you, Dark Templar. I feel like every guy my age that was a big geek definitely practiced that voice a lot more than, I mean, you could argue then is mentally healthy. That is healthy for mental health. That is good for mental health. I don't know. 3 gates, blink. No robo yet. Cure has opened up Cloak. Multiple games in this series, but he's not doing it now. Not yet. Trigger going up to 4 gates, and now going to add on the robo facility. This just feels like an incredibly fast 4-gate blink. He might actually just go straight prism. No observer. And in fact, that's kind of what it feels like he's gearing to. It is a short rush distance map. Blink is being chronoed at this moment, and it is very far along. 7 Marine drop. This is something only Cure really does. Very few other Protoss do, or sorry, Terrans do this at all. Oh, he did show the medevac, but Trigger didn't see it. Trigger didn't notice right away. He will recall. Blink is moments away from completing that. Got 1 probe, forces the recall, forces a bit of lost mining time. Cure wisely getting out of there as soon as possible. It is straight prism, by the way. And knowing that there's a medevac, you can get away with that. You don't need to go for the observer. I mean, obviously, you'll want the observer afterwards. Probably. If he sees the Raven, though, he can be pretty sure he doesn't need that either, technically. At some point, you'll want an observer, but it doesn't need to be prioritized as a I die to Cloak Banshees otherwise. Now, he's still going to drop it. Wants to see where the medevac is. Medevac does see a couple of stalkers. Oh, very well-placed tank here. And Cyclone getting a decent bit of damage as well. That one stalker taking few hits. Trigger is going to just go for some harass here. Medevac checks on the 3rd Nexus, sees the timing there. Blink forward into the mineral line. We'll be able to get at least 3 or 4 SCVs. Oh, blinking to the... That was... Okay, that was weird. Why did these stalkers move forward? He actually loses 2 stalkers there, and that really undercuts the value of this. I would say that actually turns this into a negative play. A net negative. Killing SCVs is amazing, but losing stalkers is so expensive early on. Especially because you just don't need to. There's just no reason to have lost the stalkers there. This one, unfortunately, blinking into an awkward spot. Trigger maybe starting to feel like this game, was it. And maybe getting a little antsy. stim, moments away from completing. That blink forward from Trigger does cost him one of these stalkers, but he's able to get the majority of the cleanup. That is a lot better. Only losing, well, Oh, he did lose 2 stalkers, actually. Was that maybe including the one on the other side? If it's 1 stalker and 2 probes for 5 Marines and... No. Yeah, no, it must have been on the other side. And includes the SCV. Trigger warping in Zealots aggressively. Cure sees it. He's got a 3rd CC nearly done. This is a weird position for a 3rd, by the way. Not weird to take it from Cure's perspective, where it's like, why is he doing that? More so just, it is a weird map. Verdant Temple. Very weird map. Raven, by the way, is going to find potentially 2 observers here.
SCV ready.
Oh, he didn't notice the shimmer on the second one. He definitely saw the first one and kills that. Good job there. +1 armor and +1 attack are going to be very similarly timed for the Terran and the Protoss. Trigger once again going heavily into gateways. Heavily into charge lots. Speak Gollum to my kids all the time. Nice. Nice. Oh, Prism. Into the natural here. Anti-armor missile hitting this army hard. A couple of SCVs do get taken down. Building depots. But Cure is... Well, he's able to push the Prism away. And he's going to take the left side base. Okay. Does not want to deal with the... I put tanks here and, you know, things get weird and messy.
Let our enemy know our fury.
Oh, the Clem anti-Prism harass squad, the anti-Prism Marine squad. Not going to be enough to prevent the warp in. But it will contest it. However, Trigger now is going to move forward at the front at the same time, recognizing that you did pull a little bit too much here. However, it's still going to be a really good defense from Cure. Pulls the SCVs very quickly. Honestly, that was an amazing fight for Cure, I feel like. But he does lose 3 mines, 2 tanks. Mines, easy to rebuild. Tanks, they're gone. They're not getting rebuilt anytime soon. Trigger completes his +1 weapons before the +1 armor of the Terran completes. These depots are still not done, by the way, which is just... It's just kind of funny. Oh, that was... Oh my god, Cure accidentally canceled 2 things, I think. Or did he? No. It was going to be a second starport and something. But now he adds a Ghost Academy instead. Okay, now he adds a second starport after all. I thought it was a Ghost Academy and a second starport, wasn't it? Oh, that could be a... maybe he wanted 2-2 first? I don't know. Trying to understand. Could have just been a misclick. It happens. Trigger is putting a lot of pressure on. Raven does have anti-armor missile once again. Snipe on the remaining Cyclone. Anti-armor missile will nullify the Guardian Shield. Trigger snipes down a Marauder, though. Good job. Gets out with the Blink Stalkers. Clean. Clean. Trigger going up to a 5th base now. Still on single forge. It is working overtime. Ghosts now on the field. Ooh, decent EMPs. Not bad. Not bad. Engineering bay is being added on here. That is the body block, obviously. Create a funnel for the Zealots. Say, you can't come in here. Wave your hand in front of them like you're John Cena. Vikings not quite in position for the army. Liberator added in. He is going to let these engineering bays finish. Oh, Prism dropping into the natural, about to warp into the main base. There's only free supply for 7 Zealots, but that's a lot. That is a lot of Zealots to deal with. Big Stim forced out at the front. Trigger sees it and backs away. And that will enable Cure to push this back and hold. This is a much more compact map. Cure, though, still hasn't been able to take a 4th base yet. While Trigger is now adding 5 probes at a time. Just for a moment. Just 1 round of probes, evidently. What's the saturation situation looking like? The seizure procedure. Sorry. War Prism into the natural. Oh, EMP. No, not coming through. Does save the Ghost, though. Pulls it back. Disruptor. Okay, 2 kills. Decent hit. Only gets 2 kills, though. EMP on the Zealots. Gonna help deal with them. This Ghost. Oh, does go down. Not able to be healed up by the medevac. Cure is really digging his heels in. And Trigger is not able to find the breakthrough that he's looking for. +3 weapons has started up. 2-2 finishing up as well. Oh, God, that Disruptor shot was big. 10 kills now. Another Disruptor. He's going to get avoided. Because of how tight and compact this map is, it feels very good for defensive Terran. But those Disruptors are scary. Trigger has not been playing high eco style until... Well, even now, 74 probes is not crazy. It's decent. Mass Disruptors, though. That can be very good here. How many do we have? We've got 5. Another one crossing the field. Another one about to pop out. 6 is enough to pretty much always have one in the chamber. As long as you're not firing out multiple at once. No missile turrets inside the base. It might be because... I mean, he's got one on the bottom for this approach. But it might be because he knows he can respond quickly. He's also keeping this mutant in the natural. Disruptor did connect before being able to be targeted down. Oh, it got a huge hit. 4 Ghosts, 8 Marauders, 7 Marines. Disruptors, even though they take a while to replace, they're not actually that expensive. It's the opportunity cost of robo time a lot of the time. 4th base trying to be landed here. Cure is about to complete +3 weapons. That's going to give him a little upgrade advantage against these Zealots. This is mostly Marines anyways. They're not actually... Are they going to win the fight? Just barely. Ghost surviving just barely as well. Planetary Fortress will complete in the meanwhile. So at the very least, the bio did its job. Anti-armor missile. First one was decent. Second one repaints the army. Guardian Shield was popped here at the outset. Boss got +2 ship weapons. Pretty decently far along for Cure. He doesn't have range on the Liberators yet, though. Oh, God, these Disruptors. One of them gets a big hit. The other 2 do get denied. Diffused on account of being killed. 3rd anti-armor missile. All over the Colossus. Guardian Shield's trying to counteract that. Vikings, though, are going to go to work. Disruptor connects on 3 Ghosts, kills one of them. Trigger about to bring the upgrades back to equal. Cure, for his part, even without range, on a map like this, Liberators, once they get their +2, are going to be very powerful. He does add the Fusion Core now. And honestly, even with the Liberators about to complete +2 weapons, I still might go for the energy first. Even with, like, 11 medevacs on the field. Oh, this could be a massive surround on the army. Disruptors, though, get a huge hit on the army. Vikings will be able to take down the Prism, but it is a Warpin in the main. Double Prism all the way. That is going to be causing a huge amount of issue, and that's why the flank gets ripped apart. Cure had us around. He had to give it up to come back and save his main. But now he is in huge, huge, huge trouble. The vast majority of his army has been taken down. He might be able to save this planetary, but even if he does, I don't think it's going to be enough, and I don't think he's actually going to save it. Oh, this Disruptor shot is just enough with the Stalkers going to town. 28 SCVs go down. It's 80 probes to 28. Cure, it's do or die. He has to win the game now. You cannot macro out of this. If he saved the planetary at the 4th, maybe. Now, though, it is go time. But he knows it is not go time. It is go to bed time. And Trigger, it is go to the round of 16 time. The only non-Korean to make it happen today. And, well, he is actually Korean. He's Canadian. Korean Canadian. I'm happy to claim him. We're happy to claim him. Well done by Trigger. That was a fierce onslaught. I know that it might look like just another TVP, but there's not a lot of players that can make Cure look not necessarily... Like, look a little bit lost in TVP recently. Not that I've seen. And I'm talking kind of like in the last week or two. Hero has been able to do it, but he does it in a very different way. So 3 out of 8 non-Korean. That is correct. I believe. Hero's way is being a lunatic, hard to replicate. Yeah, like a lunatic in such a beautiful way too. Just the coolest stuff. After this game, seems we need a patch. Well, I mean, there is a patch that is currently being proposed, and it's a crazy one. Cool, you're supposed to show Canadian pride or something? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I am. I'm happy. I'm happy for my fellow countrymen. And you know, I've hung out with Trigger a few times. He's a cool kid. He's a cool kid. Got a good head on his shoulders. Now, Trigger, ByuN, Rogue, SHIN, Lambo, Maru, Percival, Skilless all make it into the group stage. And they join the other 8 players that were top 8 from the previous tournament. Classic, Hero, Showtime, Zaun, Bunny, Clem, Raynor, Cyril. That means we're going to have... Trigger, Classic, Hero, Showtime, Zaun, Skilless. ByuN, Maru, Bunny, Clem, Percival, and then Lambo, Rogue, SHIN, Raynor, and Cyril. So what is that? Is that 5-5-6? Could do a lot worse than a 5-5-6 split. In this economy, forget about it. All right, that's going to do it for me on the day. I will most likely be back with the Monday Night Weeklies. Normally, it would be I will 100% be back with the Monday Night Weeklies before. And likely I will. But I'm going to be most likely moving my setup today from where I'm physically at right this moment to my home. And that means it's going to be easier for me to stream. Yeah, it's going to be good. It does mean I will not have this backdrop, but I might be a little cheeky and take a picture of the backdrop and green screen into it. But you didn't hear that. You don't know that. You can't prove nothing. Whatever. I do what I want. Oh, yeah. I'm tuckered. I'm tuckered. It's been a good number of days in a row. We did technically have Friday off. But Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Wait, no, sorry, that was last. Wait, did we? Did we stream? When have streams been? We've streamed a lot. And we're going to be streaming a lot coming up. Which is I'm excited. I'm excited. But I'm also excited about not having to drive, you know, like 20 minutes, half an hour there and back. It's going to make it a lot easier to do these kind of streams. I feel like that's the kind of thing that's been a struggle. Once again, thank you very much, Gary Arganis, for the tier 3 subby, getting us just to that 100 subscriber plus, partner plus points. Oh, they are drawing the groups.
Sera dans le groupe donc de.
So Cyril, Ragnarok, Showtime, and Percival in one group.
Oh, poor Percy.
You have a vote, Rexy? No, I don't want to do that because I feel like that's not right. It's a conflict of interest, though. You can ask the chat, but I think I should stay up.
Okay. Cost of G Fuel too much. Heh. Wait, we can do this. Oh, I have this tab muted? Do I? Wait, no, I don't. Why is that not... Why can I not hear that? See you tomorrow night stream today. Thanks. My pleasure. Oh, okay. So they do have the groups. Does this work? Ah, that works well enough. Does that work? I don't think that it does. It kind of works. It kind of works. So we got Rainer Classic Rogue Trigger, Hero Bunny Maru ByuN, Rainer Classic Rogue Trigger, Rainer. Oh, damn, that's crazy. ZP. I don't think Rogue's going to be particularly happy about that group. Hero and Maru in the same group. Wow, Hero has all the Terrans. Cyril, Showtime. Damn it, Okay, what was that? That was Cyril, Showtime. Oh, Liquipedia didn't update it right away. It's fine. You get the idea. Even once you are washed up. Oh, I'm already washed up. I'm spotless. What can I say? All right, I am donezo for now. We are going to raid up. Harstom, he's doing some PTR games. Percival versus Lambo. Thank you very much for tuning in, hanging out. We'll be back tomorrow. Remember to be good to each other and stuff. Oh, thank you very much. Bye-bye. Oh, and follow the channel and stuff. You know it all.